Chapter 343. The balance had been broken, and the ice pith vein was in an extremely violent state. It would not be easy to restore the balance. While Yin Zhaoge had the earth-devouring burner to help him obstruct the devouring, it was also not good for him to continue staying where he was. He immediately controlled the underground splitting shuttle to traverse the frozen earth and get far away. Behind him, the raging waves of extreme cold chased after him, causing the layer of ice to harden and expand outwards. Only after having fled for a long distance did Yin Zhaoge feel the cold tides behind him gradually subside. Ahu also sat in the underground splitting shuttle, looking back with lingering fear. Young master, will such a huge change in the ice pith vein affect your plans? Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge said, "It's fine. We just happen to make use of this final move to maximize its effects. With the current situation, it's already sufficient. As for the southern wasteland, we just have to wait." Yin Zhaoge drove the underground splitting shuttle upwards, leaving the surface of the ground as he landed on the extreme northern snowy plains once more. He turned around and looked in the direction of the ice cave just now, only to see that there was still a blue light that shot into the sky. Although it had begun to recede and return to calmness, he could still feel the terrifying power of nirvanic extermination. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in admiration. The majestic power of the heavens and the earth truly leaves one gasping in amazement. Ahu asked, "Young master, what should we do now? Should we return to the blue hot spring that was used to save Jun and his mother?" Yin Zhaoge shook his head. "It's still not time. Counting the days, that place still needs some time to accumulate spiritual qi." While the eruption of the ice pith vein buried most of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners just now, there are still experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who are still alive. That martial grandmaster of Black Nightmare Mountain seems to have escaped with his life. Previously, we all sought our own paths of survival and escaped in different directions. Now that we've lost track of each other, they will most likely continue to search for us in this area. So it's best that we don't continue to stay here. Yin Zhaoge smiled, seeing a certain someone just now prove some things from another perspective. Ahu was somewhat surprised. "Young master?" Yin Zhaoge led the way towards the west. That direction was precisely the direction from which they had come. Over there was the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, as well as the gathered Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. However, with most of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners having been buried by Yin Zhaoge within the ice cave, the power guarding the legacy site was inevitably much weaker than before. What exactly had been left behind by the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, Yin Zhaoge had not previously been certain, only having some guesses. However, with a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner appearing here, especially with Lin Zhou himself having come all the way to the extreme northern snowy plains, Yin Zhaoge understood that the significance of this legacy site would not be light. According to Yin Zhaoge's guesses of Lin Zhou, when searching for treasures, this brother would never do so without thinking. In other words, this was a master who wouldn't release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Since he appeared here, it meant that there was really something good. Since that was so, how could Yin Zhaoge possibly let go of the initiative due to Yi Jing? Moreover, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had split their forces into two, diluting their strength in the extreme north. Due to the eruption of the ice pith vein, more than half of those who had come to the ice cave to find trouble for Yin Zhaoge had perished. Currently, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners guarding the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint, Yin Zhaoge didn't mind going there. The matter of the southern underground palace having already come to an end, it only had to wait for time to ferment. With the conditions for saving Jun and his mother still not fulfilled, the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint entered Yin Zhaoge's line of sight. Weakening the enemy and strengthening oneself were both paths that could be fought for. At this time, returning to the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint would also be the most suitable time. Afterwards, whether they succeeded or failed, they would quickly leave. This way, they would be able to shift the enemy, making it hard for them to discern their true intentions. Speaking of this Lin Zhou, Having not seen him for some time, it looks like he has gained quite a bit again, even having something like the yin-yang mother world appear. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The silvery white thunder that broke through the frozen earth of the ice cave also feels somewhat familiar. I seem to have heard of it before. What is it? As Yin Zhaoge thought, he narrowed his eyes into slits. Linzhou heading west. After many days of trekking, the figures of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners appeared before Yin Zhaoge and Ahu once more. The immortal crane wings expanded behind Yin Zhaoge's back, advancing rapidly as he instantly slew several Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners on the outskirts. Guarding this place were also two early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster experts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Having been alerted, having received the warning of Yin Zhaoge's impending attack, they immediately rushed over. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy, the purplish-green light of thunder flickering within his right eye. The next moment, a purple orb hovered above his head. It was precisely formed of a fragment of the sacred artifact, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. The light of thunder flickered, resembling the blink of the god of thunder. The terrifying and instant thunder descended once more, violent thunderbolts ripping through space. An early Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster was completely unable to evade as the bright, violent light of thunder arrived before him, devouring him. The other person was unable to save him in time as he was greatly enraged, rushing towards Yin Zhaoge. The other person's figure flickered, also resembling the light of thunder, as he instantly vanished before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Even with Yin Zhaoge's vision, he found it hard to track him. The terrifying light of thunder first lit up, followed by the great rumbling of thunder. A saber light lit up between the heavens and the earth, resembling divine thunder descending from the heavens as it hacked towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge, however, was not panicked as he raised his hand, a short stone rod flying out, expanding within the air as it instantly transformed into a tall pillar of the divine palace. The saber light that resembled thunder chopped down on the pillar of the divine palace. As it shook, numerous streaks of light extended in all directions. Those streaks of light formed numerous spirit patterns which intersected between the heavens and the earth, actually forming a massive formation with the pillar of the divine palace as its center. Suppressed by the formation, the light of thunder instantly dimmed and calmed. The massive stone pillar descended from the heavens, the formation enveloping the surrounding area as it directly suppressed that Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster of the Heavenly Thunder Hall beneath it. The other party's expression changed slightly as he wanted to evade, yet felt as though his figure had been locked in place, unable to move. The speed that he was so proud of had lost its use now, as he could only grit his teeth and forcibly resist. The expression on this Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster's face was ugly as he raised his palms, blocking the descending pillar of the divine palace. Yin Zhaoge, however, did not get entangled with him as he grabbed Ahu with one hand, expanding his immortal crane wings and raising his speed to the maximum, instantly leaving the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners behind. Some other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners tried to obstruct him, but Yin Zhaoge's immortal crane wings shook, the feathers at the tips of his wings transforming into numerous feathers of light, shooting towards them like a tempestuous storm. After breaking through their defenses, Yin Zhaoge waved his hands, the pillar of the divine palace rising once more as it shrunk in size, reverting to the form of a short stone rod as it returned to Yin Zhaoge's hands. Yin Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt in the slightest as the wings behind him shook, drawing a graceful arc through the air as he dove into the ice lake where the legacy site of the glacial dragon martial saint was located. To be continued. Chapter 344. Landing within the icy lake, they could clearly feel a bone-piercing chill assaulting their entire bodies. However, as compared to the terror of the ice pith vein earlier, it was still inferior. As Yin Zhaoge and Ahu dove downwards, the aura chi around Yin Zhaoge's body fluctuated, vaguely resonating with the restrictions of the icy lake. Numerous white rings of light expanded within the lake, surging unceasingly. Streams of cold chi surged from within the white light, freezing the lake water in its depths, causing the white light to gradually take tangible form. Amidst the surging undercurrents at the bottom of the lake, a simple, unadorned, majestic ice palace appeared out of nowhere, looking rather majestic. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu could not help but click their tongues in wonder. The sound of entering the water resounded from behind as the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners had already caught up. The face of that essence, spirit, martial grandmaster who had been obstructed by the pillar of the divine palace earlier was livid as he took the lead. Before he had even entered the water, violent attack had already first arrived in pursuit of Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. A terrifying thunder dragon rushed into the water, roaring as countless arcs of electricity expanded within the icy lake, resembling a net as they spread out in all directions. Trillions of leaping snakes of electricity traversed the water, chasing after Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. The violent arcs of thunder exploded unceasingly within the water, even generating high temperatures as the cold chi within the icy lake was no longer as dense as before. This essence spirit martial grandmaster himself also entered the water, a mid-grade spirit artifact saber in his hands rampaging as violent thunderbolts came one after another, resembling a torrential storm as they hacked down towards Yin Zhaoge and Ahu. As the thunder rampaged, the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners who had entered the icy lake in pursuit all felt their bodies slightly numb. Yin Zhaoge didn't even look back. The miraculous immortal crane wings, able to accelerate even within the water as he shot towards the ice palace at the bottom of the lake at his greatest speed. When he and Ahu landed near the ice palace, numerous white patterns of light flickered on its surface, forming a barrier which instantly blocked the pursuing thunderlight. Yin Zhaoge came before the great door of the ice palace, pressing his palm on its surface, his aura chi infusing within. On the great door, where Yin Zhaoge's palm was pressed, with his palm as the center, a four-pronged pattern of around a meter instantly appeared. As the pattern flickered, Yin Zhaoge's entire person seemed about to merge within the cold ice, gradually beginning to disappear. The pursuing Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all greatly anxious. That essence spirit martial grandmaster went all out, chopping towards Yin Zhaoge with his saber. However, the white light patterns around the ice palace shook with a loud rumble, like a giant beast that had been enraged from its slumber. After blocking the lightning blade light, it set off a rolling cold wave and counterattacked. This Heavenly Thunder Hall elder immediately felt that he was unable to withstand it, as he could only helplessly retreat. However, as the cold wave swept across, the entire lake seemed to be on the verge of freezing into ice. As the ice and snow spread, the Heavenly Thunder Hall elder did not dare to hesitate in the slightest as he roared loudly, dropping his mid-grade spirit artifact saber, making use of his instantaneous explosive force to break free of the bindings of the ice and snow. Only then did he make use of this chance to charge out of the surface of the ice lake, not being completely sealed within. Meanwhile, the other Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were all scrambling to escape from the ice lake at this time, only hating their parents for giving them two legs as they ran too slowly. Being at the bottom of the lake, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were not affected in the least. Yin Zhaoge pressed his palm on the great door of the ice palace, his figure gradually merging within. He brought Ahu into the ice palace with him. After entering the ice palace, Yin Zhaoge did not immediately advance, instead halting as he first carefully observed his surroundings. The ice palace was tall, its overall architectural style also appearing broad and broad. On the walls, there was a lifelike coiling dragon sculpture. Carefully looking at the ice dragon sculpture, Yin Zhaoge's eyes gradually narrowed into slits. Genuine dragon chi. The glacial dragon martial saints rise to prominence. Other than the legacies of before the Great Calamity, is indeed inseparable from the dragon race. Appraising the ice palace, feeling the spiritual chi flow within, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. This is not the burial ground of the glacial dragon martial saint, but more like his old residence. Ahu asked, Young master, the glacial dragon martial saint should be one of the earliest martial saints of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity, when the martial Tao was re-established, right? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, a person of the same era as our clan's founder, the heaven-opening old man, and one of the first batch of martial saint experts of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity. It's just that he was not like our clan's founder, the heaven-opening old man, who established a new foundation for the martial Tao of the Eight Extremities world. The glacial dragon martial saint was used to being a loner, seldom interacting with others of the world, also not leaving behind any martial legacies. His life and death are a mystery, his whereabouts a mystery as he appeared briefly in history. However, this cannot obscure his legend. In the Eight Extremities world of after the Great Calamity, he was indeed a top figure. Crossing his hands before his chest, Yin Zhaoge looked at the ice palace before him. It is precisely because there are too many mysteries that many people are instead concerned about his whereabouts, wondering what exactly this martial saint expert has gone to do. Sadly, the clues he left behind were too few. It was only in recent years that some traces could be traced. As Yin Zhaoge said this, the information he had previously obtained surfaced within his mind once more. Myriad stars converge, dragons enter the sea, desolate ancient cold abyss, reverse scale shocks moon. This person's whereabouts might be related to even more things. Ceasing his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge strode forward. Let's go. Let's see if there are any valuable things left behind in the old residence of this veteran martial saint. Advancing forward, traversing numerous layers of ice and snow, Yin Zhaoge and Asha arrived at the center of the ice palace. Just having entered, roiling cold qi assaulted their faces. Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw a thick ice pillar standing at the center of the palace, seemingly supporting it. Seeing the appearance of the ice pillar clearly, Yin Zhaoge's pupils instantly dilated. The ice pillar was transparent, a massive black shadow sealed within. It was, shockingly, the corpse of a dragon. It was not the skeleton of an ice dragon that had been discovered in the eastern Tang's Luliao mountain range long ago. Instead, it was the complete corpse of a true dragon. Dragon claws, dragon scales, dragon whiskers, dragon tail, everything was present. Other than being lifeless, everything else was complete. Sealed within the ice pillar, it seemed as though it had only fallen into a deep slumber, looking extremely lifelike. Yin Zhaoge smiled. What a fella. Just this thing alone makes this trip not a waste. Ahu drooled as he looked at it. Young master, it's a real fella. Such a complete dragon in the Eight Extremities world of after the Great Calamity. Other than the founder of Jade Sea City who obtained a water dragon's corpse that year, there shouldn't be anyone else like it, right? Yin Zhaoge nodded. That's right, it's precisely so. He looked at their surroundings. While the glacial dragon martial saint's sacred artifact was not left here, being able to obtain the corpse of a true dragon like this is also very beneficial. Yin Zhaoge retracted his mind from the ice pillar, beginning to inspect his surroundings a step further. Within the great hall, there seemed to be a massive throne formed of pure ice, flickering with a lustrous radiance. To be continued. Chapter 345. Looking at that throne of ice, Yin Zhaoge could feel the aura of a crouching tiger and coiling dragon not dissipating for a long time. It was as though he had traversed through time, able to see the scenes of the past. A powerful martial saint sat there just like that, looking at the ice pillar at the center of the great hall. Coming to the side of the throne, Yin Zhaoge turned to look at the great hall, at the true dragon's corpse sealed in ice at its center. Ahu calmed down now as well, asking, Young master, the difficulty of collecting this true dragon's corpse has increased. What should we do to bring it away completely? Yin Zhaoge said, You don't have to worry about that. I already have an idea. Let's first check the other things in the ice palace. Ahu agreed, volunteering to search for it. Yin Zhaoge remained where he was, stroking his lower chin as he pondered. When Ahu returned, he saw that their gains had been rather abundant. Having originally already been greatly excited by the true dragon's corpse, Ahu was now smiling to the point where his eyes could not be seen. Because of the long passage of time, many of the things stored in the ice palace had already decayed by now, losing their original value and use. Even so, however, there were still many treasures left behind where the glacial dragon martial saint had once resided, still usable now. As a martial saint expert, the glacial dragon martial saint's personal wealth was still very abundant. While it could not compare to a sacred ground like Broad Creed Mountain in terms of wealth, as a solitary practitioner, he was truly filthy rich. As a fellow martial saint, the collection of the Devil's Saint Yuan Tian was much inferior. After inspecting the items, Yin Zhaoge felt even more confident, right, from the looks of it. When the glacial dragon martial saint returned to this place for the last time before leaving, he did not seem to have been in a hurry. In his mind, perhaps it was just a relatively ordinary outing. At the very least, he did not expect that he would never return. Yin Zhaoge pondered. Perhaps he went to explore that so-called dragons entering the sea secret, vanishing from there, his life and death a mystery. Thinking of this, Yin Zhaoge began searching through the treasures of the ice palace once more, searching for possible clues. Finally, a few shattered scales drew Yin Zhaoge's attention. Dragon scales. While the spiritual qi within the scales had already gradually dissipated, Yin Zhaoge was still able to identify them very quickly. Walking to the ice pillar at the center of the great hall, Yin Zhaoge carefully observed that true dragon corpse sealed within before looking at the shattered scale in his hand. It's not from this dragon. After piecing the scales back together, there might be some gains. Yin Zhaoge stopped thinking before raising his head to look at the massive ice pillar before him. Extending his hand and pressing down on the ice pillar, feeling the cold aura within, Yin Zhaoge closed his eyes. A moment later, he took out the pillar that had turned into a short stone rod. The pillar of the divine palace became huge again, and together with the icicle, they supported the ice palace. Yin Zhaoge pressed both his hands on the ice pillar that sealed the true dragon's body, infusing his aura qi within. With his hands, as the center, a four-sided pattern appeared. As they intertwined with each other, light patterns began to appear on the ice pillars. Yin Zhaoge retracted a palm, retrieving a pair of silver rings from the things left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint. With a light flick of his fingers, the two silver rings flew out, one above and one below. The silver rings that flew upwards landed where the ice pillar touched the top of the great hall, while the silver rings that flew downwards landed at the foundation of the ice pillar on the ground below. The two silver rings also transformed into rings of silvery white light, slowly merging within the ice pillar, vanishing. Yin Zhaoge pressed his hands on the ice pillar once more. Next, his aura qi surging in reverse as he sucked on the ice pillar. The massive ice pillar that had still seemed inseparable from the great hall of the ice palace earlier shuddered now, actually gradually being moved by Yin Zhaoge. Amidst the friction, a great amount of shattered ice descended from above, the ice pillar becoming a little smaller. Yin Zhaoge exerted force downwards, causing the ice pillar to topple horizontally. The ice pillar was densely covered with silvery white light patterns, flickering with radiance unceasingly. The true dragon corpse sealed within remained unmoving, as though in a deep slumber. Yin Zhaoge tried to store this massive ice pillar within his shadow shrinking pouch. However, an extremely powerful aura suddenly surged from within the ice pillar that had previously been quiet, even seeming rather ordinary, terrifying to the extreme. The ferocious spiritual force resisted entering the shadow, shrinking pouch, virtually wanting to rip it apart. Extraordinary indeed. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he lightly patted the pillar of the divine palace beside him. The pillar of the divine palace shrunk slightly before, under Yin Zhaoge's control, descending onto the ice pillar. The powerful aura within the ice pillar finally calmed somewhat. Yin Zhaoge immediately sent the pillar of the divine palace and the true dragon corpse into the shadow, shrinking pouch. On the other side, having also kept the other things, Yin Zhaoge said, "Let's go." Without even having to think, he knew that the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were currently waiting outside the Ice Palace, outside the Ice Lake. It was very likely that the Heavenly Thunder Hall's Elder Jun and the others who had been at the Ice Pith Vein earlier had also hurried back at top speed. Over at the Ice Pith Vein, having caused the Heavenly Thunder Hall to suffer disastrous losses in their manpower in the extreme northern lands, it might not be impossible for the Heavenly Thunder Hall to send reinforcements over from the Thunder Domain. However, this did not pose a problem for Yin Zhaoge. Exiting the Ice Palace, he did not leave the Ice Lake, instead taking out the underground splitting shuttle and entering the depths of the lake, leaving from underground. Within the underground splitting shuttle, looking at the numerous cracks on its surface, Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. Over at the Ice Pith Vein earlier, the pressure was still a little great. The damage to the underground splitting shuttle was also rather severe, even worse than in Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb earlier. Ahu was even more shocked. "Young Master it wouldn't have broken down in the middle of the journey, right? Then we would have been buried underground." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "Relax, it's at least enough to complete this journey." Very quickly, the underground splitting shuttle shot out of the ground, the two seeing the light of day once more. Yin Zhaoge kept the underground splitting shuttle, gazing back. Amidst the all-encompassing snowstorm, the snowy plains of the extreme northern lands were vast and desolate. While this place is rather close to the Thunder Domain, at the end of the day, it is not the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. While Lin Zhou and the others might not recognize the underground splitting shuttle, they should still know that he had this unique treasure. However, other than guarding the Ice Lake, they also didn't have much of a choice. Their manpower was far from enough to spread out in all directions, completely surrounding the surrounding area. Controlling the underground splitting shuttle, he could choose any direction underground, which was extremely convenient. To the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, finding a way to open the Ice Palace as soon as possible was still a little more realistic. Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Let's go. Pay attention to clearing away our tracks, lest we be followed." The two headed east once more, hurrying towards that blue hot spring they had discovered earlier. Calculating the time, Yin Zhaoge estimated that the spiritual qi there should already have accumulated enough. After many days of trekking, returning to their old home, Yin Zhaoge broke through the ice and frozen earth once more, the blue hot spring that emanated steam once more appearing before them. Yin Zhaoge took out an object that resembled a transparent crystal, throwing it into the blue hot spring. Instantly, the hot spring began to boil even more. At the same time, its blue light faded completely, turning blood red. To be continued. Chapter 346. The transparent crystalline object was known as the Glazed Heart, having been refined by Yin Zhaoge using various treasures as raw materials through the internal crystal furnace. And before him, the originally blue hot spring was known as the Time Connection Spring, being extremely rare, only having the possibility of being born in extremely cold places. The Time Connection Spring possessed limitless miraculous aspects, being especially renowned for its abundant life force. However, this was an underground spring, its spiritual qi retracted and not apparent, being very hard for most people to find. The birth of the spring was also a result of the creation of the heavens and the earth, being hard to obtain as one had to rely on luck. In coming to the extreme northern snowy plains this time, one of Yin Zhaoge's main goals was to be able to find such a time connection spring. This strange hot spring held a very important place in Yin Zhaoge's plan to save Shijun and Yuzhen. The spiritual qi contained within the time connection spring rose and fell like the tides, rising and falling in a regular pattern. After reaching its peak, it would fall, and after reaching the bottom, it would flourish once more. Previously, when Yin Zhaoge and Ahu had broken through the ground and seen the spirit spring, feeling the spiritual qi within, Yin Zhaoge had determined that the spiritual qi of this spirit spring had yet to reach its peak. Under such circumstances, the spiritual qi of the spring was unable to support Yin Zhaoge's plan. Therefore, Yin Zhaoga could only seal it up before first doing other things. Counting the days, the spiritual qi of the spring should have reached its peak soon. Looking again this time, Yin Zhaoga indeed found that the spiritual qi contained within this time connection spring was much more abundant than before. After throwing the glazed heart into the spring water turned from its original blue to red, a dark red like blood. In this world of ice and snow, the hot spring boiled even more, roiling steam rising as it also appeared to be the color of blood. Yin Zhaoga carefully stared at the blood-red spirit spring, feeling the spiritual qi within. After calculating for a moment, he couldn't help but knit his brows slightly, a heavy haze appearing within his gaze. Observing his expression, Ahu asked carefully, "Young master, is there a problem?" Yin Zhaoga didn't hide it from him, frowning as he said, "The spiritual qi contained within this time connection spring, converted into the blood qi of rejuvenation for healing, is a little. The spiritual qi of the time connection spring itself could not be used in Yin Zhaoga's plan. However, through special means, the spiritual qi in the spring water could be converted into blood qi, which could produce astonishing effects. While it might not be able to revive the dead, it was not far from it. But there was a problem in this. Different time-link springs had different conversion rates of spiritual energy into blood qi. Some were higher, some were lower. What made Yin Zhaoga feel rather unlucky was that this time connection spring that he had found belonged to the category with a rather low conversion rate. "I'm afraid it's only enough for one person." After silently calculating, Yin Zhaoga came to a general conclusion. Sister-in-law Yuzhen's situation is even worse. If we use it on her, it might not even be enough. If I use it on little June, there's a 90% chance that he'll wake up. If I use it on sister-in-law Yuzhen, her life won't be in danger, but whether she can wake up or not will depend on God. But I'm afraid sister-in-law Yuzhen can't wait any longer. Yin Zhaoga rubbed his temples. "Think carefully. Is there any other way?" Ahu also frowned and said, "Young master, why don't we bury it here and go to other places to see if there are other time connection springs? With the size of the extreme northern snowy plains, we might be able to find one." Yin Zhaoga shook his head slowly, surveying the desolate snowy plains around them. While this place is vast, nurturing a time connection spring is not easy. Under normal circumstances, only after this hot spring has dried up and a few years have passed will nature birth a new spirit spring once more. The problem is that it is hard to say whether June and sister-in-law Yuzhen will be able to wait that long. Yin Zhaoga had brought along 2 shadow, shrinking pouches, one of which was specially left empty, only containing 2 things. They were the ice coffins containing Ying Yuzhen and Shi Jun's bodies. Yin Zhaoga silently took out the 2 ice coffins from the shadow, shrinking pouch, looking at the faces of the 2 who seemed to be in deep slumber within. "Young master, if we really can't do it, we should first save sister-in-law Yuzhen," Ahu said softly from the side. "Otherwise, as you say, sister-in-law Yuzhen might not be able to wait till the birth of a second-time connection spring." His hands crossed before his chest, Yin Zhaoga looked earnestly at the hot spring down below that had turned blood red. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Let's give it a try. The situation might be better than I think." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga opened the lids of the 2 ice coffins. As the seal of the ice coffins was released, while Shi Jun's condition was still passable, signs of weakness instantly appeared on Ying Yuzhen's face. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change as he swept the bodies of Shi Jun and his mother with his aura qi, bringing them out of the ice coffins. Amidst the howling cold wind, his aura qi seemed even colder than the cold wind as it was all white. Under the effect of Yin Zhaoga's aura qi, while the faces of Shi Jun and his mother were still very pale, the signs of weakness had already disappeared. Yin Zhaoga said, "Do you still remember what I taught you earlier?" Ahu answered earnestly, "Rest easy, young master. I remember it all." Yin Zhaoga nodded, no longer saying anything. Drawing on his aura qi, he placed Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen's bodies together within the blood-red hot spring. On the other side, Ahu took out 2 long poles. At the top of each pole was a golden lamp. The ends of the 2 poles were sent together into the time connection spring down below. The poles floated within the spring water just like that, not slanting or sinking. Jun and Yuzhen's bodies instead completely sunk into the spring water, completely submerged within it. Controlling the 2 poles carefully with his aura chi, Ahu let the 2 poles hover above the bodies of Jun and his mother respectively. Feeling the spiritual chi fluctuations within, Yin Zhaoge flicked his fingers, the golden lamps at the top of the 2 poles instantly lighting up. The light of the fire appeared a strange, silvery white, shining together with the golden lamps, emitting a bright radiance which bobbed and sank within the blood-red spring water. The ends of the poles were submerged within the water, each projecting a ray of light, which was aimed directly at the chests of Jun and Yuzhen within the spring water. As the ray of light landed on their bodies, Jun and his mother instantly shuddered. While they were still completely unaware, some colors seemed to have returned to their faces. Yin Zhaoge's expression was solemn as he formed a fist with his left hand, his right palm striking downwards from afar. The spring water of the blood-red spirit spring actually began to circulate, gradually forming the shape of a whirlpool. However, the bodies of the 2 beneath the water, as well as those 2 poles, did not move at all as they stood stably within the water. Yin Zhaoge quietly observed the situation of this blood-red spring water, as well as the mother and son beneath the water, his hands alternating as aura chi descended one after another, carefully making adjustments. As time passed, the blood-red color of the spring water gradually grew faint. Yin Zhaoge worked day and night, focusing on the ritual within the spring water. Ahu stood by the side, quietly standing guard. One day, just as another night had passed, the first rays of dawn surfacing once more, Ahu's expression suddenly changed slightly. In the distance, a black storm suddenly arose, obscuring the heavens and obscuring the sun. Yin Zhaoge now raised his head and gazed over, his eyes narrowing into slits. It's that essence spirit martial grandmaster of Black Nightmare Mountain. Unlike those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he is not concerned about the legacy of the glacial dragon martial saint, instead hoping to find me again, specifically finding trouble with us. Chapter 347. Looking at the black hurricane that was growing fiercer and fiercer in the distance, Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath. Ahu, hover in the air above the lantern, using your aura chi to suppress the ritual. Ahu glanced somewhat worriedly into the distance, but still did as Yin Zhaoge instructed. He hovered above the spring, his aura chi surging as he sat in the air above the 2 golden lanterns propped up by 2 long poles. A black hurricane also appeared on Ahu's body, containing a faint purple chi within as it enveloped the time connection spring in the west. Yin Zhaoge walked towards the black hurricane that was sweeping over from a distance. Within the black hurricane, the figure of an old man was indistinctly visible, his face sunken. It was precisely the remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Sha. Zheng Shuo similarly stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. He did not head for the ice lake, instead continuing to search for traces of Yin Zhaoge and Ahu in the extreme northern snowy plains. Whether it should be said that his luck was too good or Yin Zhaoge's luck was too bad, after many days of searching, Zheng Shuo had really found the time connection spring. This time, Zheng Shuo did not attempt to find anyone else to help him. Earlier, at the ice pith vein, he had seriously thought about it, having exposed his intentions, causing Yin Zhaoge to set up a trap that had nearly buried everyone within the ice cave. While he had not returned to the ice lake, Zheng Shuo had also established some contact with the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners before this, exchanging what they needed. Earlier, he had heard that Yin Zhaoge's sacred artifact fragment had already been used at the ice lake, having expended a great deal of its power. Even if he still had some left over, he would not fear it. Therefore, this time, he wanted to directly make a move, not giving Yin Zhaoge any time to prepare or react. The old man strode through the air, gazing coldly at Yin Zhaoge, his hands forming claws as they clawed downwards. Then, a terrifying black nightmare storm descended from the sky, attacking towards Yin Zhaoge. As the storm rampaged, it seemed to have transformed into a ferocious black tiger, its body 100 feet long as it rampaged between the heavens and the earth, ferocious to the extreme. Yin Zhaoge raised his head to look at the opponent before him. Similarly, using the black nightmare godly wind and the ghost tiger divine claw, Zheng Shuo was much more ferocious than Ahu's. This was an essence spirit martial grandmaster who had already successfully nurtured his true martial soul, having refined his aura chi into essence, becoming ever stronger with age. The full-powered strike of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment at the Ice Lake earlier had directly blown a long-time elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the same level as Zheng Shuo into smithereens. At this moment, the pillars of the Divine Palace were suppressing the icicles that sealed the remains of the true dragon. However, Yin Zhaoge himself had already recovered from the depletion caused by wielding an instant's thunder with the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment after so many days. But a martial practitioner at the second level of the martial grandmaster, the spirit vessel middle stage, against an opponent at the fourth level of the martial grandmaster, the essence spirit early stage, under normal circumstances, no matter how one looked at it, it was a hopeless matter. At least, Ahu admitted that he couldn't do it. This opponent was no ordinary martial practitioner. While Black Nightmare Mountain had fallen, its legacy was still one of the peak martial arts of the current Eight Extremities world. Zheng Shuo roared. The ferocious tiger formed of his black true essence lunging straight towards Yin Zhaoge. The roar of a tiger resounded, its speed swift and ferocious to the extreme, virtually not inferior to longtime elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall at the same cultivation level. Before it was annihilated, the martial arts of the Black Nightmare Mountain range, besides being imposing and forceful, piercingly cold and swift, was also known for its speed that was swift and violent like the wind. Zheng Shuo's claw strike displayed its characteristics to the fullest. Facing this powerful attack, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as his figure abruptly shook. As he shook, Yin Zhaoge's body instantly vanished from a spot. Many martial arts that excelled in speed were currently already in the state of being mastered by Yin Zhaoge. With the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, Yin Zhaoge's aura chi was both vigorous and heavy, also domineering and sharp. Under the powerful explosive force, Yin Zhaoge instantly evaded the ferocious black tiger lunging over towards him. Having missed, the ferocious black tiger directly clawed towards Yin Zhaoge from where it stood. Zheng Shuo's expression was cold. He had long since known that Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base far surpassed martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. However, the full power of a spirit vessel martial grandmaster to an essence spirit martial grandmaster like Zheng Shuo was merely something that he could casually do as he pleased. Changing moves after moves, Zheng Shuo moved with ease. What he was actually guarding against was Yin Zhaoge's pillar of the Divine Palace. While Zheng Shuo didn't know what it was, also not understanding the specific situation, having heard that it was an extremely precious treasure, even though it was not as violent as the power of the sacred artifact fragment, he still secretly paid attention to it. But very quickly, he discovered that he had been thinking too much. Before considering treasures like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and the Pillar of the Divine Palace, he first had to face Yin Zhaoge's own strength. Faced with Zheng Shuo's sudden change in stance, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as calm as ever. Executing finger, flicking, shocking thunder. Yin Zhaoge's speed of controlling chi and returning, it was not any slower than the essence spirit martial grandmaster Zheng Shuo in the least. His figure flashed, evading Zheng Shuo's attack once more. Treading on the air, his body like lightning, he directly evaded the tiger's claw, instead nearing the black tiger's abdomen. Amidst the roar of a dragon, a jade-green sword light whistled out from Yin Zhaoge's sleeve. Yin Zhaoge merged with his sword, chopping towards the black tiger's abdomen. Zheng Shuo was greatly enraged, clawing within the air. The ferocious tiger formed of the black nightmare storm expanded madly, its waist rising as it raised its claw to block Yin Zhaoga's sword light. Yin Zhaoga let out a long breath, the jade-green sword light flickering, suddenly retracting abruptly without any prior warning whatsoever. It was like a divine dragon hiding its head, its tracks hard to find. As Yin Zhaoga's figure spun, he executed the cloud dragon-concealed sword with finger flicking shocking thunder before mightily erupting once more, the divine dragon probing its head. The sword light that was even swifter and more ferocious than before directly chopped down on the vitals of the ferocious black tiger's abdomen. Zheng Shua's gaze was gloomy, his expression even more solemn. Geniuses were able to surpass levels in battle. Even if it was a legacy at the level of sacred ground, in the hands of different people, it would also possess different levels of power. Born of Black Nightmare Mountain, Zheng Shua, who was used to seeing geniuses and outstanding geniuses, naturally understood this. However, he discovered that not only could the Yin Zhaoga before him not be measured by the standards of ordinary people, even the strength of those peak geniuses that he knew of was insufficient to assess Yin Zhaoga. Zheng Shua discovered that he really could not consider things like the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment or the Pillar of the Divine Palace. Otherwise, before even seeing these treasures, he might actually die here. This remnant elder of Black Nightmare Mountain had an explosive temper, but he did not consider retreating just like this, instead letting out a long roar, a black saber abruptly appearing within his hands. As his saber descended, roiling black winds swept throughout the entire sky, enveloping Zheng Shua's body before chopping down towards Yin Zhaoga. The black hurricane was completely condensed and compressed, transforming into a streak of black light that instantly traversed the sky, arriving before Yin Zhaoga. Where the black light passed, the surrounding heavens and earth suddenly turned completely silent, the winds and clouds dissipating. It was only because where the saber passed, everything, including the air itself, was swept within it along with it. Targeted by the saber, Yin Zhaoga found it even more difficult for his body to move, as though he had been sucked in by a powerful suction force. Locked where he was, only able to receive this saber head-on. On the time connection spring, Ahu looked nervously at Yin Zhaoga. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly as he swiveled his head to look in another direction. In the distance, amidst the snowstorm, a youth with a gloomy expression held a bow that flickered with purple light. At this moment, an arrow was nocked, currently aimed in this direction. The Heavenly Thunder hauls Lin Zhou. Moving together with Zheng Shua, he had not returned to the ice lake. To be continued. Chapter 348. Lin Zhou did not approach the time connection spring. From a great distance away, he drew a longbow that flickered with the purple light of thunder. An arrow knocked on it as he aimed it at Yin Zhaoga. This bow was named Heaven Shocker, a high-grade spirit artifact. Even in a sacred ground like the Heavenly Thunder Hall, high-grade spirit artifacts were also extremely limited. Martial Grandmaster experts of the Essence Talisman realm and above, as well as the clan's higher echelons, could only barely obtain one each. Because Heaven Shocker was a bow, the situation was rather special. Before this high-grade spirit artifact had been held by Lin Zhou's father, Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng had used it to shoot the anti-sun to disrupt Broad Creed Mountain's Clear Qi Grand Formation. Afterwards, before heading to Broad Creed Mountain, he had left this bow with Lin Zhou for safekeeping. With the tacit approval of the Hall Lord Shen Li, Lin Zhou had never handed this high-grade spirit artifact over, keeping it for himself. Feeling the pressure from Heaven Shocker, Yin Zhaoga also discovered Lin Zhou. Perhaps it should be said that it was as he had expected. Lin Zhou's rate of improvement had also been extremely fast. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, he had also just entered the Martial Grandmaster realm. In terms of age, Lin Zhou also surpassed those of the same generation. Having just entered the Martial Grandmaster realm, Lin Zhou was unable to fully exert the power of a high-grade spirit artifact. However, a high-grade spirit artifact was a high-grade spirit artifact at the end of the day, far from being comparable to mid-grade and low-grade spirit artifacts. Lin Zhou drew Heaven Shocker. The arrow knocked on the bowstring, also extraordinary. As a cold light flickered, Yin Zhaoge seemed to already feel a slight chill on his back. A wild saber in front, a cold arrow behind. Zheng Shuo executed Black Nightmare Mountain's direct lineage martial art, the baleful Black Divine Saber. Infinite Black Nightmare storms agglomerated, the saber light resembling a black hole as it descended towards Yin Zhaoge. Lin Zhou abruptly released his grip, the purple light of Heaven Shocker exploding. As the bowstring vibrated, it seemed as though thunder had exploded, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth as a purple rainbow instantly arrived before Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly as he abruptly sucked in a deep breath. The aura chi within his body that resembled chaos changed once more at this moment. But it wasn't like before, where it turned into ice or raging fire. The sizzling sound of electric currents seemed to pierce through the air. The dense thunder and lightning were like dancing golden snakes, replacing the first rays of dawn and illuminating the last darkness before dawn. Yin Zhaoge's aura chi transformed completely into violent thunderbolts and lightning, enveloping his entire body. From his bosom, a pearl that looked like an ordinary stone pearl appeared. It was the slumbering eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. Under the stimulation of a large amount of lightning, although the essence and power of the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment did not recover, a powerful consciousness seemed to have awakened within it, revealing a terrifying concept that could shake the heavens and earth. As the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor landed on the tip of Yin Zhaoge's sword, Yin Zhaoge merged as one with his sword, executing the clouds, rising, soaring dragon of the coiling dragon sleeve, soaring into the skies. His entire person seemed to have transformed into a giant bolt of lightning that pierced through the heavens and the earth. Like a shocking thunder dragon, it roared angrily. Thunder clouds surfaced within the sky as true heavenly thunder was drawn over by Yin Zhaoge, descending and merging with his power. Numerous electric pythons and thunder dragons roared furiously, and huge thunderbolts revolved around his body. A heavenly dragon seemed to be faintly discernible in the void. With a shake of its scales, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The roaring thunder dragon soared, easily shattering the restraining force exerted by Zheng Shuo's baleful black divine saber, at the same time jolting away the purple light of electricity that Lin Zhou shot towards him, finally clashing head-on with Zheng Shuo's baleful black divine saber. The black saber light exploded mightily, once more shattering into numerous black hurricanes. Thunder and lightning surged in all directions, a jade-green sword light lighting up. Amidst the splattering of blood, Zheng Shuo stumbled backwards in retreat. The combination of clouds, rising, soaring dragon, and an instant's thunder. Cloud Dragon's instant-wielding thunder sword. The power of a single sword, unstoppable as it seemed to be able to shatter all obstructions. Looking at this scene from afar, Lin Zhou clenched his teeth. Every time he saw the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment release its brilliance within Yin Zhaoge's hands, he would feel extremely despondent. Yin Zhaoge transformed into the light of thunder, soaring within the skies like a dragon, his speed rising to a whole new level. While the Cloud Dragon's instant-wielding thunder sword consumed a great deal of strength, with the support of the peerless heavenly scripture and finger-flicking shocking thunder, Yin Zhaoge was able to consecutively use this powerful martial art, its power domineering, its speed also rising to a whole new level. Having been injured by Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Shuo's ferocity was stimulated as his violent saber light descended once more. In the hands of an Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster, mid-grade spirit artifacts exerted their full power, displaying shocking power that was sufficient to suppress low-grade spirit artifacts. If not for the augmentation of the concept of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, if not for Yin Zhaoge's Cloud Dragon's instant-wielding thunder sword being too powerful, Zheng Shuo would have been able to hack apart the Jade Dragon sword with a single saber. Lin Zhou's hands did not cease as he drew back Heaven Shocker once more, knocking a thunder, rumbling arrow. The tip of the arrow no longer attempted to aim at Yin Zhaoge, instead shooting toward the mouth of the time connection spring on the snowy ground. Lin Zhou's second arrow was aimed directly at the time connection spring, and Ahu sat in the meditative position within the air, his expression stern as the lightning that struck over caused his entire face to be illuminated purple. However, he just couldn't move or evade. Within the spring below, the golden lanterns were still bright, the bodies of the mother and son still silent. At this moment, it was hard even for Ahu to parry or resist, his entire body's orchi being used to maintain the spirit spring ritual. At this moment, he could only barely wield his spirit artifact, attempting to forcibly block Lin Zhou's thunder rumbling arrow. On the other side, Zhang Shu also attacked madly, wanting to entangle Yin Zhaoge so that he would not be able to extricate himself. Yin Zhaoge let out a long roar, merging with his sword light. The thunder dragon formed of him streaking through the air in an arc, instantly landing above the mouth of the spring. Behind him, Zhang Shua's saber light followed him like a shadow, killing over with the momentum of toppling mountains and overturning seas. Yin Zhaoge seemed not to have realized that Zhang Shua's attack had already arrived behind him as he raised his hand and blocked Lin Zhou's attack with his sword. And as Zhang Shua's saber light neared him, Yin Zhaoge flipped his palm, the earth-devouring burner appearing. Using it as a shield, borrowing its strange devouring power, Yin Zhaoge blocked this blow of Zhang Shua's. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, who seemed like he would never be able to take him down, Lin Zhou let out a loud roar, drawing his bow once more, shooting out another arrow. At the same time, Zhang Shua abruptly changed his stance, his saber light changing directions as the violent, wild winds seemed to instantly transform into a gentle spring breeze, attacking towards Yin Zhaoge from a graceful angle. However, this gentle saber light was even more lethal. The earth-devouring burner was unable to devour on its own, only able to wait for the other party to send it over on their own accord. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had relied on this to obtain this treasure from Zhao Hao. Now, Zhang Shua was also using the same method. At the same time, Lin Zhou's thunder rumbling arrow flew over once more, its target still the mouth of the time connection spring, wanting to force Yin Zhaoge to be unable to move, having no choice but to block it. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he exhaled, the earth-devouring burner in his left hand turning, blocking the purple light of thunder. The jade dragon sword in his right hand flew out, resembling the roar of a dragon as it transformed into a sword light that shocked the heavens, chopping towards the distant Lin Zhou. At the same time, the lofty mountain armor on his body lit up, the power of his spirit rhino-demonic fist being unleashed. Also, on Yin Zhaoge's body, a bright light that resembled Vajra also flickered. After the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had cultivated in yet another supreme martial art of the 8 extreme arts, precisely the Vajra body. 3 layers of defense bolstered his body. Yin Zhaoge forcibly withstood this saber of Zhang Shua's. Zhang Shua roared, unleashing his power to the maximum. The combination of an essence spirit martial grandmaster and a mid-grade spirit artifact being incomparably sharp as it sought to forcibly break through Yin Zhaoge's defenses. To be continued. Chapter 349. An early essence spirit martial grandmaster at the 4th level of the martial grandmaster realm, exerting his full strength to wield a mid-grade spirit artifact, executing a supreme martial art like the baleful black divine saber, would be able to display a shocking power. Yin Zhaoge neither evaded nor blocked it, completely forcibly taking this saber head-on. The pressure that he bore was also not something that could be imagined. Simultaneously executing the spirit rhino-demonic fist and the Vajra body, along with the low-grade spirit artifact, the lofty mountain armor, facing this saber, he was still in great danger. The defenses of the lofty mountain armor were broken through. The bright radiance of the Vajra body also turned dim, resembling the shattering of Vajra. Circulating the spirit rhino-demonic fist to the maximum, his flesh, blood, and skin gradually resembled that of a primordial rhinoceros somewhat. However, this was Zheng Shua's full-powered attack. His three-layer defenses were still forcibly broken through. Yin Zhaoge paid no heed to this, holding the earth-devouring burner with his left hand to block the thunder, rumbling arrow shooting over from the distance, his right hand swinging out, the Jade Dragon Sword transforming into a green light, chopping towards the Lin Zhou who had shot out the cold arrow. The sword light resembled a rainbow, also entwined by streams of electricity, resembling a jade green thunder dragon as it instantly traversed the sky, killing its way before Lin Zhou. Continuously drawing the high-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker, Lin Zhou was currently nearing the end of his tether. However, he still forcibly exerted all his strength, forcibly drawing the bow for the fourth time. However, just having knocked the thunder, rumbling arrow, before he could even aim, a jade light had already flown before him, his strength nearing depletion. Forcibly drawing the high-grade spirit artifact caused all of Lin Zhou's strength to be focused on Heaven Shocker. At this moment, facing the Jade Dragon Sword that Yin Zhaoge had shot out, he even resembled a statue as he was hard-pressed to move his body to evade. Clenching his teeth, Lin Zhou could only swing Heaven Shocker horizontally before him, blocking the sword light that resembled a jade dragon. Amidst the rumbling sound, purple and green light flickered, filling the entire area. The Sky Shocker in Lin Zhou's hand exploded with astonishing power. Although it was a longbow, as a high-grade spirit weapon, it was able to block the low-grade spirit weapon, the Jade Dragon Sword. However, Lin Zhou himself was also jolted backwards, Heaven Shocker directly falling out his hands. The longbow, which was flashing with purple lightning, fell to the ground. The lightning snakes that had gone out of control scuttled in all directions, creating deep pits in the snowfield nearby. A mournful howl resounded in the snowy plains of the far north, as if it was a lone wounded wolf. Lin Zhou fell to the ground and covered his face with one hand, covering one of his eyes. But at the edge of his palm and in between his fingers, fresh blood flowed incessantly, although Shocker had deflected the Jade Dragon Sword, allowing Lin Zhou to escape death. One of his eyes was still blinded by the sword light. Lin Zhou gasped and struggled to get up from the ground. His remaining eye was wide open and bloodshot. Gazing into the distance with all his might, he saw that Zheng Shua's saber light had also broken through Yin Zhaoge's defenses, about to hack onto his body. However, before Lin Zhou and Zheng Shua could rejoice, a golden light suddenly flickered on the surface of Yin Zhaoge's skin. A simple yet profound rune appeared, helping Yin Zhaoge to block Zheng Shua's saber. Yin Zhaoge recited an ancient and awkward-sounding incantation. As the golden light flashed, his entire body was plated with a layer of golden brilliance, making him look like a golden statue. Accompanied by Yin Zhaoge reciting that ancient incantation, the golden radiance on his body grew more concentrated, the rune on his chest becoming clearer and more profound. Rays of golden light spread out, forming a fourth layer of defense, isolating Zheng Shua's saber light outside. Lin Zhou had seen this scene once before. It was precisely Yin Zhaoge's golden talisman body. Under the effects of the essence spirit martial grandmaster Zheng Shua and the mid-grade spirit artifact, the baleful black saber, the golden talisman chi of the golden talisman curse body was quickly depleted completely, the golden radiance on Yin Zhaoge's body gradually dimming and dissipating. But under continuous attrition, the current Zheng Shua was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and it was difficult for him to continue. Seeing that he was just a step away from slaying Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Shua roared furiously, wanting to exert more force with the baleful black saber within his hands. His face expressionless, Yin Zhaoge opened his mouth and let out a long roar. After he tossed out the Jade Dragon Sword, something suddenly appeared in his empty right hand, a dark green bamboo branch. The bamboo branch was not long and was divided into 3 sections. Yin Zhaoge picked up the bamboo branch, striking towards Zheng Shua's baleful black saber. The bamboo branch that seemed weak unable to withstand a single blow, which any ordinary person would be able to break, as it struck the mid-grade spirit artifact, the baleful black saber, left Zheng Shuo greatly shocked. He saw that a crack had been forcibly formed on his baleful black saber. The mid-grade spirit artifact, the baleful black saber, had a crack formed on it from a bamboo branch. However, he was clearly unable to feel any spiritual chi or power fluctuations from that bamboo branch. While Yin Zhaoge's cultivation far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, what he had not been able to do even with the low-grade spirit artifact, the Jade Dragon Sword, had actually been done with a single bamboo branch. At this moment, Zheng Shuo was simply rendered rather wide-eyed and tongue-tied. He was only dazed for that one instant. He knew that he shouldn't be dazed. With Yin Zhaoge right before him being dazed would be courting death. However, in that instant, he was still unable to suppress his dazed state. Within Zheng Shuo's mind, there was no sorrow, no fury. There was only disbelief and absurdity, a feeling of unreality that had no foundation. Disbelief. How was this possible? Too absurd. Zheng Shuo forcibly shook off these emotions, forcibly waking himself up. As he regained his wits in an instant, what appeared in his field of vision was Yin Zhaoge having already switched from defense to attack, raising his right hand, the dark green bamboo branch within his hand shooting straight towards his head. Zheng Shuo did not have time to retract his saber as he wielded a low-grade spirit artifact of his to block. His belt lit up with a crimson glow, forming a stream of light that resembled chains as it blocked before him. However, as Yin Zhaoge's dark green bamboo branch descended, it directly broke those crimson chains. That low-grade spirit artifact seemed to let out a mournful wail, actually being directly destroyed. Zheng Shuo was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied. What exactly is this thing? Seeing this scene, amidst his shock, Lin Zhou painfully shut his remaining eye. Not only was he blind in one eye, Lin Zhou also felt that his body was extremely weak, as even standing up was difficult, his entire body hurting to the bone. Just having drawn the fourth arrow of Heaven Shocker, he had been injured by Yin Zhaoge, to the point that the force of the arrow had backfired on him. His body, which had originally been exhausted, was instantly injured severely. Glancing at Heaven Shocker, which was still restless and hard to retrieve despite having lost control of its power, Lin Zhou could only bear the pain and turn, speeding away. Heaven Shocker had always been in the hands of Lin Zhou's father, Lin Tianfeng. After Lin Tianfeng had passed away, to Lin Zhou, this bow was no longer just a high-grade spirit artifact. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to give it up. In his current state, he had to retreat immediately. If he did not leave now, he would really never be able to leave again. And above the time connection spring, the dark green bamboo branch in Yin Zhaoge's hand struck down, breaking one of Zheng Shuo's low-grade spirit artifacts, before directly striking the crown of Zheng Shuo's head. A lofty essence spirit martial grandmaster was instantly beaten by Yin Zhaoge to the point where the heavens and earth were spinning, stars appearing before his eyes. Even though he had already condensed his true essence to defend in time, his skull was still nearly smashed apart by the blow. As the two battled intensely, while Ahu suppressed it with all his might, the time connection spring beneath his feet still began to ripple intensely. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, raising the bamboo branch once more, then striking down towards Zheng Shuo. To be continued. Chapter 350. The dark green bamboo branch in Yin Zhaoge's hand flickered with purple light as he casually raised it, then brought it down. However, as the dark green silhouette flickered, Zheng Shuo saw stars before his eyes. If Yin Zhaoge had suddenly taken out a high-grade spirit artifact, Zheng Shuo would not have been caught unawares like this. However, looking left and right at that dark green bamboo branch, other than a faint layer of purple light covering its surface, there was nothing special about it at all. When it had displayed its mighty might, repelling the baleful black saber and breaking Zheng Shuo's low-grade spirit artifact, it had still looked completely ordinary and unremarkable, with Zheng Shuo not feeling any shocking power within. It was like an ordinary bamboo branch that Yin Zhaoge had casually snapped off from somewhere. However, as Zheng Shuo barely retracted his saber to defend, the dark green bamboo branch whipped down on the baleful black saber once more. A crack appeared on the mid-grade spirit artifact, the baleful black saber once more. Yin Zhaoge ignored the fleeing Lin Zhou, glancing at the time connection spring down below, which had been affected intensely, before looking at Zheng Shuo before him. Swinging the dark green bamboo branch, it descended once more, leaving Zheng Shuo only able to barely raise his saber to parry. Beaten to the point of suffocation, Zheng Shuo wanted to fight with his life on the line, attacking Yin Zhaoge, but was blocked by the earth-devouring burner in Yin Zhaoge's left hand. The bamboo branch in Yin Zhaoge's hand descended like a tempestuous storm. After a short while, Zheng Shuo suddenly felt the baleful black saber in his hands shudder intensely. The next moment, the saber that was already riddled with cracks finally couldn't bear the burden anymore, as it broke apart. This mid-grade spirit artifact was shockingly also shattered by Yin Zhaoge's dark green bamboo branch. Seeing this scene, Zheng Shuo's expression was wooden, clearly already numb from shock. What he cared about was that he was heavily injured, also having lost the baleful black saber, being even less of a match for Yin Zhaoge. Indeed, the dark green bamboo branch in Yin Zhaoge's hand whipped over, directly sending Zheng Shuo plummeting downwards, plummeting into the spring water of the time connection spring down below. Seeing this, Ahu was about to stop him, but seeing Yin Zhaoge's gaze, he did not move, still sitting peacefully in the air above the golden light. Yin Zhaoge pursued downwards, a majestic sword light rising, piercing straight through Zheng Shuo's body. An essence spirit martial grandmaster had been slain by Yin Zhaoge within this time connection spring. In the instant that Zheng Shuo died, in that instant from life to death, the ritual that Yin Zhaoge had set up within the time connection spring circulated to the maximum, transforming a great amount of death chi into life force. This life force wasn't used on Zheng Shuo's body. Instead, under the control of the ritual, it endlessly blessed Shi Jun, Ying Yuzhen, and her son. Zheng Shuo stared wide-eyed, unable to die in peace as he stared at Yin Zhaoge, who was currently similarly within the spring water. Yin Zhaoge's attention was no longer on him. Instead, he was fully focused on activating the ritual. At the same time, he was staring at Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen. Zheng Shuo's fresh blood flowed into the spring water. How powerful was the chi and blood of an essence spirit martial grandmaster? The rippling spring water seemed to be boiling at this moment. Zheng Shuo's blood disappeared into the time access spring, and then the blue radiance appeared again, quickly turning into a blood-red color. The power of life was continuously channeled into the bodies of the two of them. Although the two of them were still unconscious and seemed to be in a deep sleep, their pale faces gradually faded and became rosier. Shi Jun's condition was even better. The dejected look on his face had already completely vanished, looking like a jade sculpture, as if he had really just fallen asleep. His mother Ying Yuzhen's condition wasn't as good, but it had already improved greatly. When Yin Zhaoge had first seen her lying within the ice coffin, it had really been very hard to call her a living person. From a certain perspective, she had only been half a breath away from being a dead person. Now, it could be confirmed that Ying Yuzhen had also finally struggled back from the brink of death. While there was still a long way to go before she could fully recover and wake up, with even Yin Zhaoge not being able to say for sure when she would wake up, at least there was hope once more now. Looking at Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen, a heartfelt smile appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. He let out a long breath of turbid air. At this moment, his tense mind finally relaxed. As the blood color within the spring water gradually grew faint, completely vanishing, the lights on the two poles were also extinguished. Yin Zhaoge extended his hand, keeping the two poles before sweeping Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen with his aura chi, rising up from the spring water together. Lowering his head, the spring water was already no longer emitting steam, its temperature also cooling down. The spiritual chi of this time connection spring had already been depleted. Yin Zhaoge carefully inspected the condition of Shi Jun and his mother. Little Shi Jun's condition was extremely good, as though he might awaken at any time. While his mother Ying Yuzhen's condition was a little worse, at least Yin Zhaoge didn't have to worry about her passing away at any time. This way, he could slowly think of other methods to save her. Looking at these two faces that were somewhat familiar, yet also somewhat foreign, Yin Zhaoge sighed softly, reopening the two ice coffins, placing the bodies of Shi Jun and his mother within. Not only did the ice coffins have a sealing effect, they could also nourish their qi and blood at the same time. Placing Ying Yuzhen's body within, it would be convenient for her to continue recuperating, awaiting further treatment. And Shi Jun's body within the ice coffin would also not be a problem. When Shi Jun awoke on his own, Yin Zhaoge, who was keeping the ice coffin, would be able to sense it. Before that, while Shi Jun himself did not know anything, he would still be nourished by the ice coffin. Closing the lid of the ice coffin once more, Yin Zhaoge touched the surface of the ice coffin, clicking his tongue. It actually succeeded. It was better than I had expected. Originally, because the spiritual qi within the spring water was insufficient, he had expected that it would only be enough to save one person. When Zheng Shuo and Lin Zhou had attacked, Yin Zhaoge had suddenly had a wonderful idea. In the end, being able to save both Shi Jun and Ying Yuzhen at the same time to Yin Zhaoge, it could also be considered a pleasant surprise. Looking at the already dead Zheng Shuo at the mouth of the spring below, Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, stomping his foot as the soil and rocks above the mouth of the spring collapsed together, burying the mouth of the spring once more. On the other side, Ahu had already arrived a distance away, keeping Yin Zhaoge's jade dragon sword. Keeping the two ice coffins properly, Yin Zhaoge came over to Ahu's side, retrieving his jade dragon sword before gazing at the snowy plains before him. There, the purple light of thunder rampaged. While it was already much weaker than before, it was still extremely violent. A purple bow landed on the ground. It was precisely the high-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. Currently, it was widely known in the Eight Extremities world that the two best treasure bows were the Sun Shooting Bow of the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heaven Shocker of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Before the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had still been looking for treasure bows with Ahu, having been rather interested in the Sun Shooting Bow and Heaven Shocker. Sadly, they had been hard to obtain. Now, however, the Heaven Shocker was right in front of him. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. This gain is even more of a pleasant surprise. Imitating him, Ahu also stroked his lower chin. Young master, this really is an unexpected gain. However, a high-grade spirit artifact, how do we collect it? Chapter 351. In the current Eight Extremities world, sacred artifacts were limited and hard to come by, with high-grade spirit artifacts being the peak weapons. Although they weren't as rare as saint weapons, high-grade spirit weapons were still extremely rare and expensive. At the same time, corresponding to their rarity, the power and spirituality of high-grade spiritual weapons far surpassed mid-grade spiritual weapons. Currently, the Eight Extremities world did not have any bow-type sacred artifacts. Therefore, the high-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker, was the best bow. Other than the Sun Shooting Bow, there were no similar weapons that could match it. Even if it didn't have an owner, it wouldn't be easy to collect it. Previously, Lin Zhou had only barely been able to wield Heaven Shocker with the help of the Heavenly Thunder Hall seniors. Furthermore, Shocker was not in a calm state at the moment. Instead, it was extremely violent. While the feeling it gave off was not as terrifying as that of an Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster, it was still enough to shake one's soul. Ahu knew that his young master had once successfully pacified and subdued other people's spiritual weapons with his outer invulnerability Grandmaster cultivation. However, there had most likely been other spirit artifacts helping Yin Zhaoge to temporarily suppress and restrict the target at that time. Thus, Yin Zhaoge had succeeded in a single stroke. Even so, it was still something that made many people's eyes pop out of their sockets. Ahu's admiration for his young master was like the endless river water. However, Right now, there wasn't another high-grade spirit weapon to help restrain the Sky Shocker. It was no wonder that even the usually bold who was a little uncertain. Hearing Ahu's question, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. It's not difficult. The eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment was dormant. The pillar of the Divine Palace was suppressing the true dragon's body, and the earth-devouring burner could not be activated. Still, even without the assistance of these treasures, Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base was already far from what it had been in the past. Nearing the rampaging purple light of thunder, the mass of qi within Yin Zhaoge's body that resembled chaos fluctuated, gradually transforming into thunderbolts. Numerous arcs of electricity surged from the various acupoints of Yin Zhaoge's entire body before leaping about within the air. This was not something that could be merged with just thunder and lightning. Just as Yin Zhaoge neared Heaven Shocker, the pure, refined qis of thunderbolts collided, crackling explosively resounding as they appeared even more shocking to the core. However, very quickly, Yin Zhaoge unceasingly adjusted the movement of his aura qi of thunder and lightning, gradually resonating with the masterless Heaven Shocker. Afterwards, Yin Zhaoge successfully arrived by the side of Heaven Shocker before reaching out and grabbing this high-grade artifact. The longbow suddenly vibrated, and the bowstring buzzed, as if thunder was exploding between heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoge gripped Heaven Shocker with both hands, his 10 fingers jumping together as they struck rhythmically, seeming to contain some unique rhythm. Gradually, the unusual movements of Sky Shocker began to stop, and its irritation began to subside, recovering from its uncontrollable state. When Ahu saw this scene, he clicked his tongue in wonder. "Young master, this move of yours is really amazing." Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, grasping the bowstring before pulling it back forcefully. Although no arrow was nocked, a powerful and surging explosive force immediately manifested. Yin Zhaoge abruptly loosened his grip, the bowstring shuddering as a thunderstorm seemed to have been triggered on the spot. His hands did not cease as Yin Zhaoge consecutively drew 3 bows, gradually merging his martial true intent with the concept of Heaven Shocker, grasping this treasured bow. After a while, Yin Zhaoge put down his hand, smiling. It is indeed much stronger than high speed. The difficulty of using it is also naturally much greater. At this moment, Heaven Shocker had already regained its calm, its aura retracted, the flickering purple light of thunder also gradually vanishing, its entire body having calmed down. Keeping this bow, Yin Zhaoge said to Ahu, "Let's go." Having achieved all our objectives, there is no longer a need to continue playing with those of the Heavenly Thunder Hall here. In coming to the extreme northern snowy plains this time, Yin Zhaoge had 3 main objectives. Firstly, to seek a way to treat Shijun and Yuzhen. Secondly, to confirm his guess on the relationship between the 2 extremities of the Ice Pith Vein and the Fire Pith Vein, thereby influencing the Ice Pith Vein to touch the underground palace in the distant southern fire domain, giving the Sacred Sun clan a huge gift. Thirdly, to see if there was anything of value left behind in the legacy site of the Glacial Dragon Martial Saint. Now that all 3 objectives have been achieved, or even exceeded, with an unexpected, pleasant surprise having been obtained, there was naturally no longer a need to remain here. Yin Zhaoge immediately brought Ahu along, leaving the extreme northern snowy plains. However, Yin Zhaoge did not head west, instead going in the opposite direction, heading east. The Heavenly Thunder Hall had infiltrated the eastern part of the extreme northern snowy plains more, while the western part had been affected by the power of infinite boundless mountain. While heading west would allow them to return to Broad Creed Mountain in the Heaven Domain via the Mountain Domain, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall having suffered heavy losses this time. Wanting to target Yin Zhaoge, surrounding and obstructing him, they would definitely be guarding against him heading west. Like this, they might as well just return the way they had come, heading east, leaving via the sea once more. Of course, heading east towards the North Sea, there would definitely be Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners setting up defenses to obstruct them. However, they would also have to face the pressure of infinite boundless mountain and Jade Sea City, being hard-pressed to send out too many experts. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu were careful along the way, also having no major problems as they returned to the North Sea. The reason they headed east, re-entering the North Sea, was also because along the way, Yin Zhaoge had unceasingly attempted to piece together those shattered dragon scales. These dragon scales had come from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint. After carefully analyzing them, Yin Zhaoge discovered that the glacial dragon martial saint's whereabouts had previously been unknown, possibly having obtained some information from those dragon scales. Therefore, he had headed to the Great Sea, seeking some secrets. Yin Zhaoge was very interested in what exactly was hidden within. The myriad stars converge. The dragons enter the sea. The ancient cold abyss, the reverse scale, shocks the moon. Standing by the North Sea, Yin Zhaoge took out the underground splitting shuttle that had been repaired by the internal crystal furnace, bringing Ahu along as he entered the sea once more. These shattered dragon scales might be related to this. Sadly, it is not just a simple jigsaw puzzle of fragments. Wanting to repair them would require quite a bit of time and effort. Yin Zhaoge sat in a meditative position, his hands crossed before his chest, lowering his head to look at the dragon scales that had been pieced together, yet were still dim and lusterless, damaged and dim. Shaking his head slightly, keeping these things that had to be slowly analyzed and could not be accomplished in a single go, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Let's first have something that can show immediate results. The underground splitting shuttle floated to the surface of the sea, Yin Zhaoge emerging from within, opening his shadow shrinking pouch. From within the shadow shrinking pouch, two massive pillars flew out. One was a stone pillar of the divine palace, while the other was an ice pillar from the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint, the corpse of a true dragon sealed within. Ahu looked eagerly at the true dragon's corpse. Young master, how do we deal with this thing? Yin Zhaoge smiled. If we deal with it reasonably, it would not just be a personal gain. It would also allow the entire clan to rise a level. While it cannot compare to a sacred artifact or a martial saint, it is the body of a dragon after all. The value contained within is not just a little bit. However, this does not contradict with us benefiting from it. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge tapped out with a finger, a round hole melting out of the ice pillar that sealed the true dragon's corpse. To be continued. Chapter 352. Yin Zhaoge's control over his aura chi was extremely precise as he opened a fist-sized hole on the ice pillar, not damaging the surrounding ice in the slightest. However, from that hole, an extremely powerful chi and blood immediately emanated from within. When praising a martial practitioner for having a strong chi and blood and a shocking physique, one would sometimes use the phrase, chi and blood majestic, resembling a dragon, resembling an elephant. And what lay before Yin Zhaoge and Ahu at this moment was a true dragon. While it had long since died, with only its corpse remaining, that vigorous chi and blood still emanated, shocking the surrounding area. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu seemed as though they were facing a powerful, living life form. It could be imagined how shocking its aura must have been when it had been alive. However, while it was only a small hole, the sealing effect of the ice pillar instantly had a loophole, its effectiveness plummeting. The scales of the dragon's body within the layer of ice actually seemed to move in unison. Already dead, this dragon would not come back to life. However, the spirituality contained within had not dissipated for a long time, still unwilling to be bound. Yin Zhaoge had long since been prepared for this. As the pillar of the divine palace suppressed down once more, the true dragon's body regained its calm once more. Through the hole, white dragon scales that flickered with a faint golden radiance could be seen, emitting layers of white chi. This was an ice dragon. While it was dead, cold chi was still emanating from its body unceasingly, piercing to the bone. Yin Zhaoge extended his index finger, aura chi condensing at his fingertip, gradually transforming into a streak of light which extended within the hole, resembling a long, thin sword of light. The sword of light extended unceasingly, coming into contact with the corpse of the ice dragon. Ahu looked curiously at Yin Zhaoge. Even though it was already a corpse, the sturdiness of a dragon's body was still indisputable, especially since this was a complete corpse of an ice dragon. There were no wounds or openings on its exterior, as it was a complete, and flawless body. Under such circumstances, wanting to break through the defenses of the dragon scales with external force would undoubtedly be an extremely difficult thing. The defensive power of dragon scales was not to be trifled with. Ahu felt that even with a sharp, low-grade spirit artifact in hand, he would not be able to break through the skin and flesh of this dragon's body. However, Yin Zhaoge often did things that others could not, causing Ahu to still have confidence in his young master. Yin Zhaoge focused, the sword of light at his fingertips unceasingly extending forward until it came into contact with the corpse of the ice dragon. He did not use the light sword to brutally attack the dragon's body. The moment the light sword came into contact with the dragon's scales, it softened and seeped into the dragon's body like water. The luster attached to the ice dragon's corpse and circulated continuously. As if stimulated, the dragon's body, which had already calmed down under the suppression of the divine palace's pillars, began to tremble again. Gazing at all this, Yin Zhaoge's extended index finger trembled unceasingly with a unique, yet strange rhythm. As his index finger trembled, the stream of light extending from his fingertip also trembled continuously, attempting to fuse with the aura of the ice dragon's remains. Gradually, the radiance of the stream of light at Yin Zhaoge's fingertip dimmed, becoming no longer so dazzling, instead appearing blurry and indistinct, completely chaotic. Following this change, the ice dragon's slew gradually became quiet again. In the stream of light, one could vaguely see a faint ice-blue liquid seeping out of the dragon's scales and merging into the stream of light. A blazing hot chi and blood emanated, but it caused Yin Zhaoge and Ahu to feel a bone-piercing cold. This originally extremely contradictory phenomenon appeared at this moment, yet it did not seem too sudden at all. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu both had expressions on their faces as if this was only natural. Looking at that ice-blue blood that had merged into the stream of light, Ahu was slightly dazed as he opened his mouth wide. "Young master, this is dragon's blood, pure dragon's blood. This is still the first time I've seen it in my life." While the ice dragon had already been dead for who knew how many years, its flesh and blood had still not decayed, still containing a flourishing spiritual chi within. As Ahu had said, true dragons could not be seen in the current Eight Extremities world, only scaly dragons and hornless dragons at most. Even if they could find the corpse of a true dragon, it would only be its skeleton at most, with many of its skeletons not even being incomplete. Therefore, such pure dragon blood was truly rare to the extreme. Other than the founder of the Water Domain's Jade Sea City, who had once obtained a complete corpse of a water dragon, the others at most only had great fortune filling the heavens, having discovered containers containing a small amount of dragon blood left behind in the remains of some pre-great calamity times. However, such good fortune was truly as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Under the heavens, most people, even many martial grandmasters and martial saints included, might not even have personally seen true dragon blood in their entire lives. Through the stream of light that extended out from his fingertip, Yin Zhaoge guided the dragon blood out. As the ice-blue blood came into contact with Yin Zhaoge's finger also involuntarily trembled slightly, feeling an icy coldness as his fingertip momentarily went numb. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, his face gradually turning red. After a short while, a layer of green chi vaguely emanated, the two colors alternating unceasingly, circulating endlessly. The mass of chi within his body that resembled chaos now changed its form, separating into ice and fire, intermingling whilst also opposing each other. With this as the foundation, it opposed the icy cold yet blazing hot dragon blood. The ice-blue blood extended unceasingly, beginning to envelop Yin Zhaoge's finger before continuing to extend upwards, rolling on Yin Zhaoga's palm and even his arm. The acupoints of Yin Zhaoga's body pulsed, resembling breathing as they unceasingly absorbed the dragon blood within his body, transforming it into refined qi, which he then refined and absorbed. Above his head, a roiling pillar of qi surged, condensed and not dissipating as it resembled smoke. Ahu stood guard by Yin Zhaoga's side, at the same time vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding situation. After a long time, Yin Zhaoga ceased his cultivation, the steam that seemed to boil above his head gradually dissipating as the alternating red and green color on his face also faded, his entire person regaining his original appearance. Within his eyes, a radiance was bright as it had never been before, but it was gone in a flash, very quickly becoming gentle once more, also even more restrained than before. The only abnormal thing was that Yin Zhaoga's hand was still flickering with a faint blue light at this moment. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga. "Young master, your hand?" Yin Zhaoga laughed. "It's fine. The essence of the dragon blood still hasn't been completely refined. Some time is needed, that's all. Other than the external appearance, it doesn't affect anything else. You come try it too." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoga continued extracting the essence of the dragon blood from the corpse of the ice dragon, not refining it himself, instead transferring it to Ahu. Ahu clicked his tongue in wonder, not changing his carefree nature as he began attempting to refine the essence of the dragon blood after absorbing it. In the end, he had taken too big a step, the martial arts he cultivated and also not being as all-encompassing as Yin Zhaoga's peerless heavenly scripture. In the end, Ahu's entire body was enveloped by the dragon blood, illuminated by a blue light. Although he had gradually refined and absorbed most of the essence of the dragon blood, not causing any other negative effects, Ahu was still directly stunned. Looking at him, the corners of Yin Zhaoga's mouth twitched slightly. Luckily, it's not green. Chapter 353. In the following days, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu traveled on a vessel, traversing the North Sea. On the way, Yin Zhaoga analyzed the dragon scale fragments left behind by the glacial dragon martial saint, whilst also extracting the dragon blood contained within the corpse of the glacial dragon, tempering his body and absorbing the essence of spiritual qi within. Body tempering with the dragon blood caused Yin Zhaoga's fleshly body to grow unceasingly from the inside out, stepping into a new level. And along with the absorption of the dragon blood's essence and spiritual qi, Yin Zhaoga's Orochi cultivation also rose unceasingly. Because of this heaven-blessed fortuitous encounter and resources, Yin Zhaoga's accumulation was even more robust, also saving quite a bit of time in his cultivation. Before leaving the mountain this time, having just nurtured a spirit seed and stepped into the mid-spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm, Yin Zhaoga could clearly feel his rate of improvement being even faster than he had expected. Not just compared to others, it was even faster than Yin Zhaoga himself had predicted. Yin Zhaoga could vaguely feel that he was already not far from his spirit seed, sprouting and forming spirit sprouts, stepping into the late spirit vessel martial grandmaster realm. This was something that he had not thought of before coming to the extreme north this time. After all, not many people knew that the old residence of the glacial dragon martial saint actually still contained the corpse of a true dragon. As Yin Zhaoga hurried, he cultivated, carefully avoiding the dangers of the sea as well as the heavenly Thunderhall spies. A considerable portion of the inner North Sea was under the control of the heavenly Thunderhall, and Yin Zhaoga was currently not in the mood to waste time on them. As he sailed into one of the water domain's 9 cities, Stone City, at the southern end of the inner North Sea, Yin Zhaoga could be considered as having left the territory of the heavenly Thunderhall. Stone Rock City, one of the 9 cities of the water domain, was also governed by the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. Here, there was the first seat elder of Jade Sea City, as well as some first and second-rate powers in the water domain and the inner North Sea. They had always been infiltrating the inner North Sea controlled by the heavenly Thunderhall, the two sides having conflict from time to time, the smoke of gunpowder rising unceasingly. Jade Sea City had previously received news that Yin Zhaoga had headed to the outer East Sea, his whereabouts thereafter unknown. Now, however, news of Yin Zhaoge causing a great disturbance in the extreme northern lands had vaguely spread. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had not concealed his tracks in coming here. While he was young, his status and identity far surpassed that of martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. Stepping into the territory of their ally, Jade Sea City, he had to inform the other party of his arrival. Otherwise, it would appear rather impolite. In some aspects, Yin Zhaoge's current authority and responsibility in Broadcreed Mountain was even more important than that of some of the First Seed Elders. If possible, Yin Zhaoge had originally not intended to enter Stone Rock City. However, navigating above the North Sea, Yin Zhaoge felt that little Jun within the ice coffin showed signs of awakening. In order to ensure that nothing unexpected happened, he had to make some preparations involving some things. He might as well trouble the Jade Sea City martial practitioners of Stone Rock City to help him gather them. Ascending the massive island that resembled a small continent where Stone Rock City was, the number of martial practitioners walking about gradually increased. Yin Zhaoge was still garbed in a white robe, a blue robe on the outside with a black border around it. He didn't intentionally display it, but also didn't conceal his tracks as he just walked openly on the road. However, the gazes of the passers-by were more focused on Ahu behind Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge didn't mind this in the slightest. He really didn't mind it at all. Yin Zhaoge was completely not interested in trying Ahu's method of stealing his limelight himself. Along the way, Ahu and Yin Zhaoge had unceasingly absorbed the essence of the dragon's blood, tempering their fleshly bodies and increasing their cultivation bases. However, as compared to the Yin Zhaoge whose external appearance was still normal, Ahu's skin was currently a deep blue, even flickering with a faint blue light. His five senses, nose, neck, arms, all parts of his body that were exposed outside his clothes were all like this. With such an appearance, it would be hard for Ahu not to be eye-catching even if he wanted to. What are you looking at? Ahu glared unhappily at the passers-by by the side. Currently, he was truly ferocious, his features savage. However, Ahu then turned to look at Yin Zhaoge with a bitter expression on his face, saying pitifully, "Young master," Yin Zhaoge also couldn't help but laugh. "I already told you long ago that if you take too big a step, you'll easily pull your balls, but you just wouldn't listen. Why bother now?" Ahu was crestfallen, thinking of a way to get himself a cloak, wrapping his entire body within it before pulling up a hood to cover his face. Only then did he avoid being stared at by others. After entering Stone Rock City, Yin Zhaoge paid a visit to the first seat elder of Jade Sea City. Having already received the news earlier, Jade Sea City naturally had prepared a place for Yin Zhaoge and Ahu to stay. The materials and treasures that Yin Zhaoge had asked them to help him find had also mostly been prepared. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge quietly guarded the ice coffin containing Jun's body. At the same time, after Yin Zhaoge had entered the region of sea governed by Stone Rock City, his communication with the outside world had also become smoother. Stone Rock City was the territory of Jade Sea City. After all, Jade Sea City and Broadcreed Mountain were allies, unlike the territory of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If Broadcreed Mountain wanted to set up a simple information channel here, it wouldn't be difficult. News from the outside world began to be transmitted to Yin Zhaoge in an endless stream. After the Battle of Broadcreed Mountain, while Yin Zhaoge, with his current age and cultivation base, had already reached the point where there was virtually no reward for him at all. However, compared to before, it was still much more convenient. Other than being able to freely enter any level of the martial repository, Yin Zhaoge would also be able to obtain all the information that Broadcreed Mountain had gathered from the outside world at the first possible moment. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge could specially designate the various information channels of Broadcreed Mountain, gathering information according to his needs and train of thought. This authority was the same as that of his father, the chief of Broadcreed Mountain. It could be said that Yin Zhaoge's authority and treatment in certain areas even surpassed that of the First Seed Elders. This was an important manifestation of this. Yin Zhaoge had previously instructed them to pay close attention to the movements of the southern underground palace of the Fire Domain, not letting go of even the slightest sign of trouble. Currently, a large amount of information had already been sent back. The Southern Underground Palace was an important place of the Sacred Sun clan. For Broadcreed Mountain to want to gather information from there, it would be extremely difficult. However, just some very superficial, very trivial information was already sufficient for Yin Zhaoge to be able to see through it. It had already been some time since he had touched the ice pith vein in the extreme northern snowy plains. Imperceptibly, accumulating little by little, some abnormalities had indeed occurred in the Southern Underground Palace over the past few days. News showed that the Southern Underground Palace was growing more and more violent. Some Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, because of the sudden increase in firepower exceeding the limits of their cultivation bases, were caught unawares and nearly perished within. It was all thanks to the Sacred Sun clan experts with higher cultivation bases discovering the abnormalities in time, lending a helping hand that a terrible disaster had not occurred. But very quickly, these Sacred Sun clan experts with higher cultivation bases discovered to their shock that they too were gradually unable to bear it. What left the Sacred Sun clan even more confused was that as time passed, not only did the eruption of the Sea of Flames not weaken, it instead grew more and more intense. To be continued. Chapter 354. As Yin Zhaoge began to leave the extreme northern snowy plains and re-enter the North Sea, far away in the southern region of the Fire Domain, the situation had gradually become unstable. In the south of the Fire Field, there were hundreds of thousands of mountains in the southern border. The mountains stretched endlessly, and the weather was already hot. And in the mountains, leading underground, was an even hotter world. There, beneath the earth, was a world of flames and magma. The Southern Wasteland's underground palace was an extremely dangerous place, just like the extreme North Ice Field and the extreme West Desert. Moreover, the danger it posed was even more obvious. It was even more tyrannical. It was truly an underground world of a sea of fire. Even for the Sacred Sun clan, while this was a sacred ground, it was also a forbidden ground. Only martial artists whose cultivation reached the Great Grandmaster realm could enter with the sect's permission. Although the environment here was extremely harsh, it also produced some rare resources and treasures, many of which were unique to this place. At the same time, to the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, this was also a good place to cultivate and temper themselves. However, in the past few days, the Southern Wasteland Fire Sea Underground Palace had become even more violent than before. At the start, while the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases had been caught unawares and nearly perished within, the Sacred Sun clan had not paid too much attention to it. Although it wasn't as obvious and stable as the ebb and flow of the ocean, the fire in the underground palace of the Southern Wasteland had also fluctuated from time to time in previous years. It was just that what the Sacred Sun clan was concerned about was that this time's firepower had suddenly skyrocketed without any prior warning whatsoever, leaving them completely unprepared. If that was all, then it would be fine. However, what happened next caused the Sacred Sun clan to be unable to remain calm. The energy within the Sea of Flames grew more and more violent. That destructive energy seemed to want to destroy anyone who dared to step into it. As time passed, it was not just the Essence Spirit Martial Grandmasters and Spirit Vessel Martial Grandmasters who were unable to withstand it. Towards the end, even the Essence Talisman Martial Grandmasters were gradually finding it hard to withstand it. In order to extract some of the special resources of the Underground Palace, the Sacred Sun clan had set up some equipment, formations, and other things, opening up a few safe zones, all of them having been destroyed, not a single tile remaining. In the end, a supreme elder who had already reached the transcendent realm and had long stopped caring about worldly affairs, who had secluded himself in the Southern Wasteland underground palace for many years, was also alarmed. This peak martial grandmaster expert, a longtime elder of the Sacred Sun clan who had already stepped into the transcending mortality stage and was attempting a breakthrough into the martial saint realm, gradually felt the strength of the firepower of the underground palace to the point that it was hard for him to bear. Finally, he could only retreat from the underground palace in a sorry state. The Southern Underground Palace was extremely important to the Sacred Sun clan. This matter directly alarmed the Sacred Sun clan's current #1 expert. The sun comes east. Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia, a martial saint, personally went to the southern wasteland underground palace to investigate. However, the result caused the East rising martial saint to feel extremely despondent. There were no signs of external enemies invading, no signs of internal chaos, also no signs of the Sacred Sun clan's own disciples making a mistake, causing the southern underground palace to explode. All of this seemed to have happened without any prior signs, without any reason at all, causing everyone to be unable to make heads or tails of it. It was as though the heavens had gone mad, suddenly giving the Sacred Sun clan a hard time. This caused the entire Sacred Sun clan to feel stifled, filled with nervousness and fury, unable to find a place to vent them. It was like sitting peacefully in one's home, yet an unexpected calamity had flown over. Yin Zhaoge's sudden blow from the other end of the Eight Extremities world caused the entire Sacred Sun clan to feel somewhat dazed for a time. As time passed, the southern underground palace became extremely violent, the infinite flames and lava beneath the ground gradually about to burst out of the Earth's surface. Of the entire Sacred Sun clan, only Huang Guanglia was currently still able to move about within the underground palace. His domineering move had at least not caused the danger to grow a step further. However, he could only barely stop the rising flames within the underground palace. If he wanted to quell the rampaging power within the underground palace, he could only rely on time to slowly whittle it away. When Yin Zhaoge arrived at Stone Rock City, a group of the Sacred Sun clan's peak experts were gathered outside the southern underground palace. From the current chief Huang Su to Huang Guanglia's grandson and Huang Su's son Huang Jie, everyone was present. They all had solemn expressions on their faces as they stared at the entrance of the underground palace, where numerous fiery lights could now clearly be seen flickering within, flames spurting out from the entrance from time to time, shooting into the skies. After a long time, a white-clothed old man resembling the sun, rising from the east, walked out of the sea of flames. It was precisely Huang Guanglia. Huang Su, Huang Jie, and the others all came forward together, bowing to Huang Guanglia. Huang Guanglia's face was expressionless. The cause was a sudden change in the fire pith vein, thus causing all of this. If we want to recover, we can only slowly whittle it away with time. At the very least, it will take more than 10 years, perhaps even decades. Hearing his words, the faces of everyone in the Sacred Sun clan darkened, bitterness filling their mouths. Huang Guanglia's gaze swept the entire area, unless we can find the cause of this matter and find a cure for it. Such a sudden change. This old man does not believe that it was a sudden calamity descending from the heavens. There must definitely be a reason for it. If there is nothing wrong with the body itself, it must be caused by external factors. Huang Guanglia looked at Huang Su. Has there been any news in the outside world that is worth noting recently? Huang Su said, there is one thing that perhaps is worth noting, just that it is a little too inconceivable. There was news earlier that Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoge caused a great disturbance in the extreme northern snowy plains, clashing with the Heavenly Thunderhall and killing a few of them, snatching away their high-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. At the same time, he also entered the legacy site of the past glacial dragon martial saint. What he took away from there is still uncertain. We have long since known of this news, but we missed out on some details earlier. This time, having specially asked those of the Heavenly Thunderhall to verify it. Only then did we know that the trap Yin Zhaoge used to ambush and kill many of them activated a branch of the ice pith vein of the extreme northern lands. Huang Su knit his brows slightly. They're all earth veins. While one is south and one is north, one is ice and one is fire, there still seems to be some mysteries within. The surrounding higher echelon experts of the Sacred Sun clan all fell into deep thought. Even so, isn't the distance a little too far? Does it really matter? Huang Jie, who had always been silent and resembled Huang Su's shadow, now said softly, there is a matter that was passed down from before the great calamity, now like a legend. The martial titan of the snowy immortal palace had a heavenly frost ice spring which dried up without any prior warning or reason, leaving everyone at that time completely bewildered as it became an unsolved mystery. Huang Jie said, "While one is strengthening, the other is weakening. The experience of the heavenly frost ice spring is not similar to the situation in the southern underground palace today." Huang Guanglie raised his head towards the sky, saying after a while, "Ice and fire complementing each other, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other, two extremes opposing each other. It is not impossible." Looking at the incomparably vast southern underground palace beneath the ground before them, an old man said rather hesitantly, "If Yuan Zhengfeng went to do it, it would still be fine." That Yin Zhaoge, with his early martial grandmaster cultivation base, was able to draw upon the earth vein. Also, it was the opposition of ice and fire, influencing the southern underground palace from the extreme northern lands. The other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners all nodded slightly. The three generations of Huang Guanglie, Huang Su, and Huang Jie all had solemn looks on their faces as they felt that it was absurd and hard to believe. To be continued. Chapter 355. If it was said that Yin Zhaoge had used the ice pith vein to set up a trap and used it to ambush the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, while the difficulty would similarly be great, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners would still be able to accept it. However, if it was said that with Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base, activating the ice pith vein and affecting the southern underground palace in the extreme northern snowy plains, that would be hard to imagine. While they felt that Huang Su and Huang Jie's conjecture was not without reason, it just felt as unrealistic as a castle in the air. The world-illuminating young master Huang Jie gazed silently at the entrance of the southern underground palace in the distance, not speaking for a long time, a rare solemn expression appearing on his face. Huang Guanglie swiveled his head to look at Huang Su. "Have you asked the people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall about the traces of the scene?" Huang Su shook his head. The ice pith vein directly erupted with cold tides, destroying the entire scene into a mess. At this point, this current chief of the Sacred Sun clan felt a stifling feeling in his chest once more. Only by finding the root cause of the matter would he be able to deal with it. Now that he had a way to confirm where Yin Zhaoge had acted in the extreme northern snowy plains, he was still unable to understand the method. Like this, the Sacred Sun clan was still unable to solve the problem at its root. Because the ice pith vein in the extreme northern lands had already changed, if they could not find the source, they would not be able to solve the problem. Therefore, at the end of the day, the Sacred Sun clan could only wait patiently. As time passed and the earth veins changed, the southern underground palace regaining its calm. Thinking about this, even a martial saint like Huang Guanglie felt somewhat vexed. With the southern underground palace currently in such a violent state of the entire Sacred Sun clan, only he could freely enter it. With the extreme Yin crown on her, Meng Wan could temporarily stay there. The others, even transcending mortality martial grandmasters, would be unable to enter. This would affect the Sacred Sun clan greatly. There were many precious resources in the southern underground palace that could not be mined. Hoping for Huang Guanglie and Meng Wan to specially become miners, the Sacred Sun clan was still not extravagant to that extent. Taking 10,000 steps back, some things that were urgently needed, things that had to be found, Huang Guanglie and Meng Wan would just have to make a trip. However, to the other Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners, they would lose a sacred cultivation ground, which would severely affect their progress, especially when cultivating in the Sacred Sun clan's supreme martial art. The extreme Yang Fist required the help of the environment of the southern underground palace. To the current Sacred Sun clan, this was a virtually unsolvable problem. These effects could not be seen in a short period of time, but as time passed, it would continue to ferment, and the effects would become more and more obvious. As a supreme martial art of the Sacred Sun clan, the extreme Yang Fist was not just a combat technique. Although failing to cultivate it did not mean that one's path to becoming a martial sage was completely cut off, the difficulty would be so high that just thinking about it would cause one to despair. Apart from a step of transcending mortality and entering sainthood, the following steps were transcendence talismans and primordial spirit talismans. Every step that the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners took upwards would be severely affected, making it difficult for them to advance. Making a more extreme assumption, now that they had lost the great sun heaven-measuring ruler, if Huang Guanglia also perished, even without needing other enemy powers to attack them, the Sacred Sun clan itself will be left behind after a few decades had passed. If there were no other gains to make up for it, this was almost foreseeable. If it could be resolved within a short period of time, this problem would not be a problem at all. However, to the Sacred Sun clan, there just so happened to be no way to resolve it within a short period of time. Even though they were right at the edge of the sea of Fire Underground Palace, it was extremely hot, and even the air seemed to be burning. However, the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present all felt a slight chill run down their backs at this moment. Yin Zhaoga's sudden blow from the extreme northern lands to the southern wilderness had left the entire Sacred Sun clan unable to catch their breath for a long time, their hearts heavy. The still young Huang Jie sighed. Everyone here, Huang Su included, for just that one moment, they suddenly sort of understood how Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had felt that year. That sort of desire to improve, yet being suppressed by external factors, was like a huge rock weighing down on their hearts, pressuring them to the point of almost suffocating. To them, with the matter having just happened, there was still time to think of a solution. Therefore, this sort of feeling was just a momentary thing, as they very quickly regained their calming down once more. However, if there was no solution at all, as time passed, the pressure within their hearts would definitely increase by the day, growing greater and greater. Huang Guanglia now said, "You all return to the world illuminating peak first. Don't mess up the foundations of my Sacred Sun clan. This old man will remain here, looking into it in detail, seeing if there is any way to resolve this." Huang Su and the others nodded. This was all they could do now. Huang Guanglia suddenly gazed towards the north. "We have to pay attention to the movements of Broad Creed Mountain, Jade Sea City, and Infinite Boundless Mountain at all times." In the long term, the Sacred Sun clan was faced with a massive problem that could shake their foundation. However, from the current situation, it did not affect their overall strength much. Gazing towards the north, Huang Guanglia suddenly said, "Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoga. This person, from now onwards, pay close attention to his every move, paying close attention to all of it." Huang Su nodded. "I understand. Broad Creed Mountain's Yin Zhaoga. Not Yindi's son, not Broad Creed Mountain disciple, not that junior or that junior." Just from the way Huang Guanglia addressed Yin Zhaoga, it was sufficient to know how serious his current attitude was. With Huang Guanglia's seniority, cultivation base, and position, this was the first time in his life that he had addressed the youth of the same generation as his grandson in such a manner. However, none of the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners present expressed any surprise. While they were unable to verify whether the changes in the southern underground palace were related to Yin Zhaoga, this did not prevent the Sacred Sun clan from placing him in a higher regard. Huang Su said whether or not it was done by Broad Creed Mountain and Yin Zhaoga, whether or not they have the ability to do it again within a short period of time, contact the Heavenly Thunder Hall and get them to keep a close eye on the extreme northern snowy plains. Our Sacred Sun clan should also send people over to patrol, lest they find a chance to repeat their old tricks. At the same time, look for a chance. Other than clearly sending himself to his death, kill Yin Zhaoga no matter the cost. Huang Su's face was expressionless, his gaze cold. If we allow him to continue growing like this, when his cultivation base has risen, he will be even more of a threat than his father, Yin Di. Huang Jie was silent, his gaze also silently looking towards the north, his gaze deep and distant. As the Sacred Sun clan martial practitioners were feeling badly battered, Yin Zhaoga was in a very good mood in Stone Rock City. Having gathered all the things he needed, Yin Zhaoga began setting things up in his room. A small-scale formation was erected, with the ice coffin containing Shi Jun's body placed at its center. With only the final step of his long journey of 10,000 li remaining, Yin Zhaoge would definitely not allow any accidents to occur. In the days of waiting, he had also managed to wait for Su Fei to arrive. On the way to Stone Rock City, Yin Zhaoge had immediately contacted the clan. How he would act next would still have to depend on the situation. It was still best for Shi Jun and his mother to be sent back to the clan. Standing by Yin Zhaoge's side, Su Fei also looked quietly at the ice coffin at the center of the formation. To be continued. Chapter 356. Shui Fei had always been calm and capable. Even at this time, his expression was still calm. However, Yin Zhaoge could feel that his heart was not calm. Senior brother Su. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, at the time of the calamity that year, little Shi Jun should only have been 3 years old. It is uncertain how much he could have understood about the situation back then. If anything happens to senior martial brother Shi, and if little Shi Jun wakes up and asks about it, as Yin Zhaoge said this, his voice was slightly heavy. When Su Fei heard that, he said softly, Junior has been in a deep slumber all these years. He should not be aware of what is happening in the outside world. Although he looks like a child in his teens, his mental memory should still be that of a 3-year-old. He needs time to grow and adapt. He has always been smart. I believe that as time passes and he grows older, he will be like other children in the future. When his mind is back to normal, I will tell him everything. I will not hide anything from him. Shui Fei raised his head and thought for a moment. Tell Jun everything I know about Brother Shi's descent into the devil and what happened after that. Yin Zhaoge nodded silently. That's also good. Otherwise, if someone in the know tells him the truth in the future, and he feels that we are lying to him, he will instead feel resentment towards us, easily being used by those with ulterior motives. I just hope that he won't end up like senior apprentice brother Shi. Sighing lightly, Yin Zhaoge shook his head. It is not that there is no such possibility. Shui Fei gazed at the ice coffin. It's also possible to recognize and understand, Master. Yin Zhaoge said, this will have to depend on how senior apprentice brother Su normally educates and guides them. People's views on the same matter are different. Even adults like us find it very hard to completely avoid the influence of our personal likes and dislikes on our judgment, much less children. If nothing unexpected happened, when Shi Jun entered Broad Creed Mountain in the future to learn martial arts, as long as he was able to pass the test and become a core, direct disciple, his master would be Su Fei. This was Shui Fei's own request, and, at the same time, it was also the sect's intention. Shui Fei said calmly, I will do my duty as a master. However, the path of life still depends on Junior himself. Some things cannot be forced. Yin Zhaoge agreed. That's right. As time passed, Yin Zhaoge could feel the vitality within Shi Jun's body growing more and more vigorous within the ice coffin. He looked at Shi Jun and saw that although Shi Jun's eyes were closed, his eyelids moved slightly, as if his eyeballs were moving. He's here. Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei's spirits both rose. Yin Zhaoge bowed and struck the ground before him with his palm. The small-scale formation within the secluded room instantly circulated, numerous patterns of light lighting up. Multicolored clouds filled the quiet room. Although they were invisible, the exuberant vitality could be clearly felt. Yin Zhaoge tapped lightly on the ice coffin, those streams of clouds converging towards it before unceasingly merging within. The body of the boy in the ice coffin moved again, and his eyes finally opened. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge and Su Fei simultaneously heaved a sigh of relief. Exchanging glances, they actually felt as though a lifetime had passed. The boy rubbed his eyes as if he had just woken up and wanted to sit up. With a wave of Yin Zhaoge's hand, the lid of the ice coffin opened. Then, the boy looked over with a dazed expression on his face. 2 adults and 1 child. The 3 of them stared at each other for a long time before the boy gradually regained his wits, first pointing at Su Fei, smiling, Uncle Su. Then, looking at Yin Zhaoge, he said rather hesitantly, Little Uncle Yin? It's me, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Shi Jun was intelligent, having already recognized people when he had still been a child. However, when they had last met that year, Yin Zhaoge had only been a youth in his teens. Now, he was already a youth in his 20s. His appearance had changed slightly, causing little Jun to be rather uncertain. However, hearing Yin Zhaoge's reply, little Jun instantly smiled happily. Surveying their surroundings, he asked curiously, "Where are father and mother? Where is grandfather?" Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Su Fei, sighing lightly. "Senior apprentice brother Su, I'll leave it to you." The ice coffin containing Ying Yuzhen's body had already been handed over to Su Fei for safekeeping. Hearing his words, Su Fei nodded, walking forward and carrying Jun out of the ice coffin. Only now did Jun react. Lowering his head to look at his hands and feet, he discovered astonishingly that he seemed to have grown a lot taller, that feeling as though his body wasn't his. After accompanying little Jun for a while, Yin Zhaoge turned and left the room, leaving it to Su Fei. He walked all the way to the courtyard. It was currently dawn, the rising sun exceptionally brilliant. Looking at the sunrise, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "Good sunrise, a newborn sun in the morning." Now, Ahu walked into the courtyard. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, he immediately understood. "Young master, little Jun has awakened?" Yin Zhaoge nodded. "That's right. Senior apprentice brother Su is taking care of him inside." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "This way, Elder Shi can also be comforted a little." Yin Zhaoge asked, "Is there something that you came here for?" "Young master, it's like this." Ahu's expression was slightly strange as he answered. "Just now, while walking in the city, I heard a rather bizarre piece of news. After living in seclusion in Stone Rock City for a period of time, Ahu had gradually refined the dragon blood essence chi within his body, finally no longer looking like that miserable blue giant. Recently, this big guy could finally dare to go out and meet people. Thinking of his earlier situation, he really felt bitter and teary. Ahu said, a seafarer in Stone Rock City mentioned that while traversing the outer North Sea earlier, he met Miss Seacombe. Yin Zhaoge said casually, "Junior apprentice sister Seacombe?" She had previously decided to go out adventuring and temper herself, following Jade Sea City's senior apprentice brother Song, junior apprentice sister Li, and the others to the water domain. Afterwards, she left the water domain and went to the outer North Sea. It is not strange at all. While it is very dangerous, this is the path that she has chosen for herself. It is not good for us to say anything. Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, Miss Seacombe wanted to go out adventuring. It is indeed not strange for someone to coincidentally meet her outside. However, that seafarer said that he saw two Miss Seacombe." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. "Oh, could they be twin sisters? This is indeed a little unexpected. Junior apprentice sister Seacombe is an orphan, having entered the clan at a young age. I have never heard of her having relatives. Who would have thought that she would actually meet them outside the sea? This can also be considered a happy occasion." Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. "However, young master, I heard from that seafarer that Miss Seacombe and the other party were exchanging blows at that time." He paused for a moment, then said with a heavier tone, "It was not a spar, but a true life and death battle." Chapter 357. A life and death battle. A playful expression appeared on Yin Zhaoge's face. Ahu nodded. "That's right. According to what that seaman said, both sides fought with all their might, wanting nothing more than to kill each other. However, he only saw it as he was passing by and didn't know what the actual result was." Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. In other words, the battle situation at that time was a draw, with neither side being able to tell who had the upper hand. Ahu answered, "This seaman was an early Xiantian martial scholar, and his judgment shouldn't be bad." Yin Zhaoge continued asking, "The two junior apprentice sisters both executed the exact same martial arts?" Ahu answered seriously, "That's not the case. Although their appearances were exactly the same, one was Broad Creed Mountain's martial arts, while the seaman couldn't tell which one was the other, only feeling that it was also extremely exquisite, simple, and heavy." Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. "Ahu, there's a problem here." He raised his head, his eyes narrowing into slits. According to that seaman's description, their appearances were exactly the same, which meant that their ages were also similar. However, we all know that at her current age, junior apprentice sister Sikong's cultivation base was actually far higher than that of her peers. Yin Zhaoga said slowly, "This same age is not what we usually call common people of the same age. Rather, in our clan, in the Sacred Sun clan, in Jade Sea City, in Turbid Wave Pavilion, and other sacred grounds, at the level of direct disciples, she is also the proverbial genius amongst geniuses, the elite amongst the elite. At this level, junior apprentice sister Sikong also far surpasses her peers. Other than a few extremely limited people, there are currently very few in the Eight Extremities world who can stand shoulder to shoulder with her." Yin Zhaoga placed his hands behind his back. After stepping into the martial scholar realm, junior apprentice sister Sikong's cultivation speed can be said to be world-shocking. Now, she's met someone who looks exactly like her, but she can fight her to a standstill. Is this normal? Hearing his words, Ahu began to ponder. After a while, Ahu said slowly, "Also, it's not the legacy of the other 5 sacred grounds. In Broadcreed Mountain, Miss Sikong enjoyed the most generous conditions and treatment, with all kinds of resources available. In the Eight Extremities world, wanting to enjoy the same nurturing conditions without being from the other sacred grounds is extremely rare." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "That's right." Rubbing his chin, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. "I'm a little interested in this matter now. On one hand, this matter was a bit unusual, and there was something strange about it. On the other hand, Sikong Qing's own uniqueness, the secret behind her extraordinary cultivation speed, might also lie here." While Yin Zhaoga had no intention of probing into the secrets of others on his own initiative, everyone had their own curiosity, and Yin Zhaoga had always been very concerned about this. After informing Su Fei, Yin Zhaoga left his lodgings. Ahu was still very reliable. He had already confirmed that the seafarer had not left the city and confirmed his residence. With him leading the way, Yin Zhaoga met that seafarer once more. Other than confirming some details once more, Yin Zhaoga asked another question. "Other than our clan's disciple, is the other person's martial arts related to Old Man Mo?" Appearing beyond the seas, with such a wondrous legacy and sufficient resources, the first person Yin Zhaoga thought of was naturally the legendary painting saint, Old Man Mo. This person's seniority was even higher than Yuan Zhengfeng, Huang Guanglia, and the others, similar to Broadcreed Mountain's Zhan Donga and Zhan Shilo, as well as the Sacred Sun clan's Zhang Chao and the others. In the current Eight Extremities world, the one who had been a martial saint for the longest time was Old Man Mo. While Old Man Mo did not establish his own clan, nor did he allocate his own territory. Coming beyond the seas, no one could overlook this martial saint expert with the most seniority. That seafarer answered rather awkwardly. "The painting saint is a figure of legend. I have never seen him make a move before. From the rumors I have heard, that girl did not display the martial arts that the painting saint is proficient in. However, the painting saint is an expert of the heavens, and his martial arts are all-encompassing. I can't say for sure." Yin Zhaoga smiled. "It's fine. I was just asking casually." Old Man Mo was elusive and elusive, usually residing beyond the seas in seclusion, not concerned with the affairs of the world. While he had made a move, it had mostly been fleeting, making it hard for others to discern his depths. However, from the few times he had made a move, he was proficient in many martial arts, some originating from remnant legacies of before the Great Calamity, some only appearing after the Great Calamity. No one could say for sure. The things that had already been displayed were all that Old Man Mo possessed. Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoga, who sent over a sound transmission with his aura chi. If it were confirmed that it was Old Man Mo's legacy, I would instead be at ease. As for now, Yin Zhaoga shook his head slightly. After clarifying the situation, he took his leave along with Ahu. After saying goodbye to the first seat elder of Jade Sea City's lineage in Stone Rock City, Yin Zhaoga and Ahu left Stone Rock City together. This time, there was even one more accompanying them. Raising his head, Yin Zhaoga avoided the massive tongue that Pan Pan had extended over, curling his lips. "Be good, don't mess around." Pan Pan grinned in a flattering manner. Then, his massive body that resembled a massive elephant strode forward, heading towards the sea. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu leapt on a Pan-Pan's back. Black streams of water appeared around Pan-Pan's body, supporting him as he walked on the undulating waves of the sea like it was flat land. Sitting on Pan-Pan's back, Yin Zhaoge and Ahu traveled on the sea, gradually leaving the area controlled by Stone Rock City. From the inner North Sea, they headed towards the outer North Sea. On the way, Yin Zhaoge did not relax his cultivation. Other than his and Ahu's cultivation, the Pan-Pan beneath them also benefited from it, feasting heartily. In the end, Yin Zhaoge felt that his style had become even stranger. The mount beneath him was not just a panda. It was a panda whose entire body flickered with an ice-blue luster. Si Kongqing had the heart to temper herself, to endure the thrashing of danger, not relying on the clan for help. Broad Creed Mountain respected her decision, allowing her to set off, not interfering too much. However, in order to ensure that they could contact her when needed, the clan had also made some preparations. It was just that these preparations were unable to ascertain Si Kongqing's exact location, only being able to give a general area. Contacting the clan in the Heaven Domain, after having obtained Si Kongqing's general location, Yin Zhaoge sat on Pan-Pan and headed out to sea. On the way, he also passed by the place where the seamen had witnessed the battle between the two Si Kongqings. Yin Zhaoge prepared to stop for a while, investigating the area to see if there were any traces left behind. Arriving there, he discovered that someone had already arrived before him. After clearly seeing the other party's appearance, Yin Zhaoge's pupils involuntarily dilated slightly. The person before him was yet another Si Kongqing. Dressed in a man's robe, he looked handsome and spirited. At first glance, one would even think that it was Si Kongqing dressed as a man. However, after carefully observing him, Yin Zhaoge could confirm that this was a genuine man. It was just that his facial features were virtually exactly the same as Si Kongqing's. Other than a few physical characteristics, their appearances were completely the same. To be continued. Chapter 358. Looking at the person before him, Yin Zhaoge knit his brows slightly as he fell into deep thought. Beside him, Ahu was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue. Young master, what exactly is this? Yin Zhaoge retracted his gaze, surveying their surroundings as he casually said, "We'll know once we ask." Saying thus, he appeared and came before that youth. After noticing Yin Zhaoge, a wary look vaguely appeared within the other party's gaze. Yin Zhaoge went straight to the point. "I wonder how I should address this friend? Forgive me for being rude, but you look exactly the same as an acquaintance of mine. However, that person is a woman." The eyes of the man in front of her, whose gender was almost indistinguishable, and whose facial features were basically identical to Si Kongqing, flashed slightly when he heard this. Appraising Yin Zhaoge, he asked instead of answering, "Is it the broad-creed young master Yin Zhaoge?" Yin Zhaoge nodded calmly. "That's right, it's me." The man before him said, "I am Ouyang Qi. While I live in seclusion beyond the seas, the great name of the broad-creed young master still reverberates like thunder in my ears. Meeting you today is the fortune of 3 lifetimes." "Ouyang Qi," Yin Zhaoge repeated softly. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, this youth said, "Does young master, you know someone who looks similar to me? To tell you the truth, I came here because I heard that there were 2 people who looked exactly like me fighting here. Because of my curiosity, I came to take a look." Ouyang Qi continued, "Speaking of which, it's a bit funny. They were 2 women. It's a pity that I'm a step too late. The 2 of them have already left." Yin Zhaoge looked quietly at this face that resembled Si Kongqing's. Apart from wearing men's clothing and some gender characteristics, the other party's appearance was basically the same as Si Kongqing's. This Ouyang Qi's figure, compared to a normal man, was slender and slightly shorter. But it was precisely because of this that even his figure was basically the same as Si Kongqing's. Presumably, the size of their skeletons should be roughly the same. However, even if they were of the same gender, the moment he opened his mouth to speak, it was enough to let others be sure that he was not the same person as Si Kongqing. The way the two spoke, the way they treated people were completely different. The voice belonged to a man and a woman. They were obviously different, but the quality of the voice was somewhat similar. However, his tone, speed of speech, wording, and so on were completely different. Looking at Ouyang Chi, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. That is indeed a pity. You look too similar to my junior apprentice sister. I had initially thought that you were long-lost relatives. Ouyang Chi's eyes flickered, and he said with a smile, That's hard to say. My parents died when I was young, and I couldn't remember anything, so I can't be sure. Yin Zhaoge asked casually, I wonder who your master is? Perhaps this Yin knows him? Ouyang Chi answered, My master is an unaffiliated cultivator from beyond the seas, let alone the continent. He rarely even goes to the inner endless sea. I believe that young master Yin has never met him. Yin Zhaoge didn't ask any further as he nodded. Since that is so, if you are free, you are welcome to come to my Broad Creed Mountain as a guest. Ouyang Chi cupped his hands and bowed. It's my honor. I still have matters to attend to. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave here. I hope young master Yin won't blame me for my lack of manners. Looking at Ouyang Chi's departing figure, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, Ahu, follow him. This person's words are full of lies. There's definitely a problem. Yes, young master. Ahu patted Pan Pan, answering and leaving. Yin Zhaoge remained on the small island, his gaze sweeping the area as he observed the environment here. Sikong Qing had already reached the peak of the outer aura martial scholar realm. Releasing her aura chi, her destructive power was shocking. In a life and death battle with someone on the island, a great amount of traces would naturally be left behind. Meanwhile, her opponent was similarly not a benevolent person. The two had clashed with true fire, having been locked in a stalemate, also virtually leveling the small island to the ground. The traces of their battle here had been completely preserved. In coming here, just now, Ouyang Chi seemed to have also been observing the environment here. Yin Zhaoge and Ahu's cultivation bases being much higher than his, as he had been observing the traces left behind by the battle on the island. Yin Zhaoge had also been silently observing him. With Yin Zhaoge's vision, it was not hard to discover that most of Ouyang Chi's attention had been placed on the traces left behind by Sikong Qing. Was it just because Sikong Qing hailed from a sacred, ground-level power, Broad Creed Mountain, that she was being paid extra attention to? Yin Zhaoge shook his head slowly, coming before a deep crater. A massive crater that resembled a small basin had been smashed out here, the soil and stones within charred black, as though they had been forcibly blasted out by the power of a powerful flame. Yin Zhaoge reached out, his aura chi grabbing a bit of the charred soil and stones within the crater. As the charred soil landed in his hands, Yin Zhaoge rubbed it lightly, his aura chi surging as the charred soil gradually turned to ash. The fire evil god of the five elements baleful gods, or the martial art recorded in the sun incinerating evil scripture, or perhaps the charred earth battle chi. Numerous thoughts quickly flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. A very outstanding fire-type martial art, with a resolute concept of mutual destruction integrated within. It should be the fire evil god of the five elements baleful gods. Yin Zhaoge nodded. From the looks of it, it was still junior apprentice sister Sikong who gained the upper hand in the end, forcing her opponent to go all out, using this final supreme technique. I just wonder what the final result was. He rose into the air, hovering in the air above the small island as he surveyed the surrounding sea. Sadly, it's all the sea around us. It is very hard to determine what route junior apprentice sister Sikong and the others took when they left the island. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge struck out with a palm. The small island instantly began shaking intensely, splitting apart from its center before beginning to sink into the sea. Yin Zhaoge circled the surroundings, wanting to see if he had discovered anything else. However, he didn't find anything. Shaking his head, Yin Zhaoge chased in the direction that Ouyang Chi, Ahu, and Pan Pan had just left. The immortal crane wings behind his back expanded, his speed as fast as lightning. Leaving the water domain controlled by Jade Sea City, arriving at the outer North Sea, He could immediately feel how chaotic and complicated the daily situation had become. Here, there was little order to speak of being a paradise for the fugitives. A person's identity and background were of minimal use here, because your opponents would likely already be used to the style of where there's wine, there's wine, there's wine, there's wine today. They're the year of happiness every day. In such an environment, the most reliable thing was one's own strength. Fortunately, while the people here were mostly lawless and out of control, most of them were rich in experience, also having a better eye for things, not taking the initiative to provoke people they couldn't afford to. However, there would always be some people who didn't have a good eye for things, bumping right into Yin Zhaoge. In the end, not only did they fail to rob him, they were instead robbed by Yin Zhaoge, slaughtered and thrown into the sea to feed the fish. After catching up to Ahu grinned widely. "Young master, I feel that this kid is intentionally leading us in circles." "Then I'm even more interested." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "In such a geographical environment, being able to lead us in circles, causing us to be unable to find Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong. On the other hand, he is able to confirm where Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong is, thus being able to avoid us successfully." Chapter 359. While their field of vision was wide above the Great Sea, this was not a problem for the two of them. Black streams of water expanded around Pan Pan's body, forming a barrier that kept the seawater at bay as it carried Yin Zhaoge and Ahu amidst the seawater. Yin Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding sea. Junior Apprentice Sister Sikong should still be in the vicinity. Ahu's spiritual sense locked onto Ouyang Chi. The smile on his face was somewhat sinister. "Young master, since you're sure that there's something wrong with this brat, why don't you just take him down?" Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "I wonder if he is related to the painting saint, Old Man M.O. I remember that the verdant Pill Island that Old Man M.O. resides at is where the outer North Sea and the outer East Sea intersect. Although the art saint, Old Man M.O., did not establish his own sect, he did have disciples under him. It was just that, like Old Man M.O., they lived in seclusion and kept a low profile. Old Man M.O. had always stood aloof from worldly affairs and lived in seclusion overseas. However, it would be a big mistake to think that this old man had a good temper. Old Man Mo's treasured calligraphy was renowned throughout the world, but alongside his ink paintings, there was also the blood paintings. Killing was like hanging a painting. When the blood of the opponents killed by Old Man M.O. came into contact with Old Man Mo's true intent, it would transform into a blood-stained brush and ink, using the heavens and earth as a canvas, using blood as a painting, leaving a mark in nature that wouldn't fade for a long time. Recalling Old Man Mo's strength, Ahu shrunk his neck. While his young master had Broad Creed Mountain behind him, first not to mention the fact that the clan was currently in a standoff with the Sacred Sun clan. Even if they could free up their hands, they were currently in Old Man Mo's territory. If they angered Old Man M.O., they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Even if they were killed, they wouldn't be able to reason with it. If it was that girl who had clashed with Sikong Qing, then they would have done so. Sikong Qing was also a disciple of Broad Creed Mountain. Even if the opponent was of Old Man Mo's lineage, Broad Creed Mountain would still protect its disciples. However, while this Ouyang Chi appeared strange, he currently did not show any enmity towards Broad Creed Mountain. Under such circumstances, if the other party was of Old Man Mo's lineage and Yin Zhaoge took the initiative to capture him, it would seem as though he was looking for trouble, as though he was provoking Old Man M.O. Provoking a martial saint was no small matter in the current Eight Extremities world. Even if Old Man M.O. was unable to react in time, allowing Yin Zhaoge to safely return to the water domain, returning to the mainland, with Broad Creed Mountain protecting him, Old Man M.O. would be helpless against him. That would also push Old Man M.O. towards the Sacred Sun clan. The Sacred Sun clan would probably be laughing themselves awake even in their dreams. Thinking up to here, Ahu couldn't help but feel a toothache, and he could only give up on the idea of directly capturing Ouyang Chi. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge said, "And Ahu, go capture him." Ahu was stunned. "Young master, what if, sitting in the meditative position on Pan Pan's back, Yin Zhaoga pressed his hands on his knees as he nodded. Do as I say, it's no problem. Hearing this, Ahu did not say anything more. He leaped up and rushed out of the sea. Then, like a fierce tiger with wings, he crossed the sky and pounced towards Ouyang Chi in the distance. Yin Zhaoga rested his elbows on his knees, his palm propping up his chin, his gaze momentarily unfocused as he considered many questions within his mind. In just a moment, Ahu had already returned with Ouyang Chi. Young master, this kid's strength isn't ordinary. At the same cultivation level, let alone capturing him alive, I would have to spend some effort to defeat him. Ahu smacked his lips and said, I feel that even if my strength is not as good as Miss Seekong's in the same realm, the gap is still very small. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Looking at the Ouyang Chi who had been brought before him, he said, Hello, we meet again. Ouyang Chi snorted. I wonder how I have offended an esteemed disciple of Broad Creed Mountain to deserve such treatment from the Broad Creed young master. While his words could still be considered polite, the doubt and mockery in his tone was very obvious. Martial practitioners who traveled beyond the seas had never had a good impression of the 6 great sacred grounds, their fear of them also being somewhat lower. Yin Zhaoga smiled calmly. At the moment, you still don't seem to have done anything to offend my clan. Offend me. However, there are some questions that I would like to ask. The first question, are you a descendant of the Painting Saint's lineage? Yin Zhaoga asked neither hurriedly nor slowly. Hearing his words, Ouyang Chi's gaze flickered slightly, but he did not answer. It was instead Ahu's face that looked slightly bitter as he sent a sound transmission to Yin Zhaoga with his aura chi. Young master, the martial art he displayed just now seemed to be the Light Rainbow Sword. The Light Rainbow Sword was a martial art that had appeared after the Great Calamity, created by the Golden Rainbow Sword Saint after analyzing some martial legacies of before the Great Calamity and integrating his martial true intent within. It had also been famous for a time in history, being one of the peak supreme sword arts that had appeared after the Great Calamity of the Eight Extremities world. However, it had been lost for a long time afterwards. The Painting Saint, Old Man Mo, had never displayed this martial art before. However, one of Old Man Mo's most well-known disciples, the sea-crossing Long Rainbow Tan Xing, had become famous for this sword art. Therefore, the world knew that this long-lost supreme sword art had once again seen the light of day in Old Man Mo's hands. Ouyang Chi being able to display this martial art undoubtedly indicated his identity. As Ahu saw it, the worst-case scenario had appeared. Ouyang Chi was precisely a descendant of Old Man Mo's lineage. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga instead laughed, appraising Ouyang Chi all over. Light Rainbow Sword so you really are a descendant of the Painting Saint's lineage. I wonder how you are referred to as the sea-crossing Long Rainbow. Ouyang Chi was silent for a moment before he finally said, That is my grandmaster. Yin Zhaoga nodded. I have long heard of Senior Tan's great name. Ouyang Chi was silent as he looked at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga asked mildly, The second question, where are my fellow disciples now? Ouyang Chi answered, How would I know? Ahu stared wide-eyed as he looked at Ouyang Chi, who actually seemed a little guilty and short of breath, feeling greatly surprised. Could it be that this person's light rainbow sword had been secretly learnt? Or perhaps he had made a mistake and snuck out. Had he already been expelled by a senior of the clan? Yin Zhaoga, however, said nonchalantly, Of course you know. Perhaps you just forgot for a moment. This is not important. We can go to Verdant Pill Island. I believe that you will be able to recall it very easily there. This time, not only did Ahu's eyes widen, even his mouth unconsciously opened as he was momentarily rendered speechless. His young master, having taken someone else's disciple, was still preparing to go to their doorstep of his own accord. However, what left Ahu even more stunned was that Ouyang Chi's face turned rather gloomy upon hearing his words as he answered after a while, Your fellow disciples are roughly 300 kilometers to the west. I am also not clear on their exact location. Yin Zhaoga nodded satisfactorily. It's already enough. See how good this is. Saying thus, he patted Pan Pan, the group turning west. Ahu's gaze shifted between Yin Zhaoga and Ouyang Chi as he secretly asked via sound transmission, "Young master?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "As long as we don't kill him, it'll be fine. Comparatively speaking, he would rather not have the seniors of the clan know of this matter." Gazing into the distance, Yin Zhaoge said softly, "When I see junior apprentice sister Sikong, I should be able to confirm more things." Chapter 360. According to Ouyang Chi's words, Yin Zhaoge's group headed west. After reaching a certain distance, the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain could freely communicate with one another using a simple method, allowing Yin Zhaoge to confirm Sikong Qing's position. On the Great Sea, Sikong Qing sat in a meditative position on the back of a sea beast, her body rising and falling along with the waves of the sea. Yin Zhaoge glanced at that sea beast. It was a beast tamed by Jade Sea City, used as a means of transportation within the sea. It must have been sent off by Li Jingwan and the others when Sikong Qing had parted ways with Song Chao and the others. Not waiting for Yin Zhaoge's group to approach, Sikong Qing, who had originally been in meditation, opened her eyes, gazing over. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, looking like he was smiling whilst also not as he looked at Ouyang Chi beside him. Ouyang Chi was silent. Sitting on Pan Pan, Yin Zhaoge and the others neared Sikong Qing and that sea beast. After carefully appraising Sikong Qing with a glance, Yin Zhaoge leapt onto that sea beast, coming behind her before extending a palm and placing it on her back. "Your injuries are not light, ah." Sikong Qing nodded. "There was still someone chasing me. Because of that, I was constantly on the move, unable to treat my injuries." Even as she spoke to Yin Zhaoge, Sikong Qing's gaze was fixed on Ouyang Chi, who was restrained by Ahuan Pan Pan's back. The usually cold Sikong Qing currently had a rather complicated expression on her face. Bewilderment, wariness, closeness, and various other emotions all surfaced on her face. Similarly, looking at Sikong Qing, Ouyang Chi was silent, his gaze also rather complicated. While it was a man and a woman, as the two similar faces faced each other, the atmosphere was rather heavy. "I roughly know what happened." After glancing at Ouyang Chi, Yin Zhaoge asked Sikong Qing, "He can sense your approximate position. You should be able to sense him as well, right?" Sikong Qing answered, "That's right. As long as he is within 500 kilometers, I can sense him." Pausing for a moment, Sikong Qing continued, "It was also the same for the one who fought with me earlier." Yin Zhaoge asked, "You said that there was still someone chasing you afterwards. What about this person?" Sikong Qing said, "This person is different from them. We did not meet, but I unintentionally heard someone mention him. He has a very high cultivation base, very possibly being an essence spirit martial grandmaster." Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head, asking Ouyang Chi, "Your master?" Ouyang Chi did not say anything. Yin Zhaoge pressed his palm against Sikong Qing's back, feeling her injuries. It was indeed caused by the 5 elements baleful gods, the fire baleful god one art. The 5 elements baleful god hand was a martial art that had existed before the Great Calamity. This was the first time it had appeared in the 8 extremities world after the Great Calamity. According to the 5 elements, they were divided into 5 paths: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Golden Fiend deity was swift and fierce. It was good at frontal attacks. The Wood Fiend deity was straightforward, using the straight to break the strange, using the clumsy to break the skillful. It specialized in dealing with the enemy's slippery fighting style. The Water Fiend god was light and agile. It was the exact opposite of the Wood Fiend god. It was used to take advantage of the opponent's weakness to deal with an opponent with a higher cultivation base. The Earth Fiendish deity was steady, and heavy. It was good at defense. The last move, Fire Fiend God, was a move that would destroy everything in its path, a move that would perish together with the enemy. When the Fire Fiend God was used, putting aside what would happen to the enemy, the user would have to bear a huge risk and suffer heavy injuries. However, the might of this technique was also extremely strong. All the power in the user's body would be stimulated in a single strike, and it would be extremely violent. It was even superior to the current heaven-surging tide of the water domain's Jade Sea City. Sikong Qing said, unable to defeat me, she wanted to seek victory amidst danger. In the end, she was slain by me. However, I was also injured by her. Speaking of this opponent, Sikong Qing's expression turned slightly strange. While she had not killed as many as Feng Yunsheng, it was not as if the sword in Sikong Qing's hand had never seen blood before. She had also taken quite a few lives, especially in her tempering beyond the seas this time, where she had slaughtered her way over. It was just that the opponent she had killed this time was clearly a little different. With Yin Zhaoge's help, Sikong Qing very quickly caught her breath. Her injuries were already no longer a problem. If she wanted to break her roots, she would have to rest and recuperate. Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm. Sikong Qing stood up, taking out her shadow, shrinking pouch, and opening it. A female corpse appeared before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. Looking carefully, Yin Zhaoge indeed saw that this girl's appearance was exactly the same as Sikong Qing's. If one were to say that there were still some slight differences due to Ouyang Qi's gender, this girl's external appearance was exactly the same as Sikong Qing's. The only difference was in clothes. Wearing the same clothes, standing together with Sikong Qing, no one would be able to tell them apart. The other party was also a late outer aura martial scholar, her fleshly body having been tempered hundreds and thousands of times. Even in death, it would not rot for a very long time. However, with a bloody hole having been opened in her abdomen by Sikong Qing, her fleshly body was equivalent to already having been damaged, her qi and blood quickly deteriorating and rotting. On this girl's forehead was an ice soul. Sikong Qing explained, that was a fortuitous gain from going out to sea this time. It can suppress a person's corpse, preventing it from rotting for a long time. She looked somewhat dazedly at that face, which was already pale and devoid of blood, as though she was looking at a mirror. She set up a formation to ambush me, wanting to capture me alive. Earlier, I just happened to have obtained a rare treasure of Jade Sea City's senior sisterly. Breaking her formation, we then clashed. She was not my match. I wanted to keep her here, but in the end, she executed that killing move that caused both sides to be injured. I could only go all out, being unable to protect her life. Sikong Qing's gaze gradually turned calm, just as she was somewhat disappointed. Yin Zhaoge asked, when you killed her, were there any changes to your body? Sikong Qing shook her head. There weren't any changes, just that it felt very strange. It was like I killed myself, killing myself. If I had to say something special, it would be that in that instant, many scenes seemed to appear before my eyes at the same time. Sikong Qing's face revealed a rarely seen, vacant expression. It was as if I was in many different environments. Everywhere, I saw many of myself. There were men and women, their ages similar to mine. Every single one of their faces was so similar to mine. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. Glancing at Ouyang Qi from the corner of his eye, he saw that there were no changes in Ouyang Qi's expression, as though he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Is it seeing many of your own faces, rather than you taking the place of many different people's perspectives, seeing different scenes in front of you through their perspectives? Yin Zhaoge did not speak, instead asking Sikong Qing via sound transmission with his aura qi. Sikong Qing nodded. The light in Yin Zhaoge's eyes retracted, not continuing on this topic, instead smiling as he asked Ouyang Qi, the one who clashed with my junior apprentice sister earlier, was she also of your clan? Ouyang Qi was silent for a moment before he said, that's right, she's called Ouyang Ning. Yin Zhaoge asked mildly, you two aren't biological siblings, right? Someone changed his surname? To be continued. Chapter 361. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's question, Ouyang Qi let out a long breath. When Master brought her back, she was called Chongning. There was no need to say anything else. Yin Zhaoge already knew that to the outside world, to others, it would be that Chongning had become Ouyang Qi's long-lost twin sister. Did you all grow up in the Outer East Sea? Yin Zhaoge asked. Ouyang Qi answered this question very straightforwardly. Ever since I can remember, I grew up on the Cloud Island in the Outer East Sea, 600 kilometers from Verdant Pill Island. As for Chongning, She was discovered by my master when he was traveling to the inner South Sea when she was young. Even when they were young, the two of them looked exactly the same. When their masters saw them, they would naturally pay attention. Yin Zhaoge looked at Ouyang Qi. Next question. Other than the two of you and my junior apprentice sister, have you seen anyone else like her? After a moment of silence, Ouyang Qi said, There's another person. He's a man like me. His talent shouldn't be bad, but it's a matter of luck. He doesn't practice martial arts. He's just an ordinary fisherman. When I first found him, I was so shocked that I missed him. Later, I wanted to bring him back to see Master, but he died in a shipwreck. Sikong Qing looked at Ouyang Qi and could understand Ouyang Qi's mental state at that time. When she saw Chongming for the first time, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her situation was not much better than Ouyang Qi's. Even with Sikong Qing's usual cool temperament and firm will, it was hard for her not to be greatly impacted. Later on, the great battle had turned into a bloody battle of life and death. This had a lot to do with her unstable state of mind. Yin Zhaoge asked, When did this happen? Ouyang Qi replied, A year ago. Yin Zhaoge raised his head slightly, pondering for a moment before asking, Did you master and disciple discover something on the deceased? Therefore, after seeing my junior apprentice sister, you risked offending my Broadcreed Mountain to capture her? Ouyang Qi was silent. He glanced at Chongming's corpse beside him and sighed. Master examined that person's corpse. Although he had never practiced martial arts before, his corpse seemed to contain a mysterious message. Oh! Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as his gaze also fell on Chongming, his gaze seemingly condensing into something tangible. Instantly, fragmented and unfamiliar runes surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. The talisman markings were scattered and fragmented, and they didn't form a system, causing others to be unable to discern the true meaning within them. However, Yin Zhaoge could vaguely feel an extremely profound concept within. While it was just a glimpse, the profound principles contained within were also rather profound. It was just that as Yin Zhaoge carefully analyzed it, he was shocked. His knowledge and discerning ability far surpassed an ordinary person, and he was able to discern that these scattered talisman markings and talisman seals were probably not even the tip of the iceberg when compared to the entire talisman markings and talisman seals. In its complete state, the number of runes would probably be as numerous as the stars in the sky. If every Sikong Qing only had this one rune, then to complete it would very likely mean that there were countless Sikong Qings. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. A single talisman pattern was already so profound. If all of them were gathered together, how profound and powerful would that be? Even a knowledgeable Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise after projecting this out, feeling that it was extraordinary. Coming to Chongming's side, Sikong Qing reached out and touched her corpse. However, she only felt a little confused, blurry, unable to see clearly. Ouyang Qi said quietly, One has to be at least a martial grandmaster to be able to see through it. If one's cultivation base is insufficient, they would require the assistance of a martial grandmaster. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge shrugged, coming behind Sikong Qing once more and pressing his palm on her back. With the assistance of Yin Zhaoge's aura qi that was filled with spirituality and had returned to simplicity, Sikong Qing was also able to sense the extraordinariness emanating from Chongming this time. Looking at that talisman, she had a different feeling, seemingly wanting to immerse herself within it. Yin Zhaoge snapped his fingers, only then regaining her wits. There's still time. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ouyang Qi, saying smilingly, I wonder if living people can also sense each other? While he was all smiles, looking at him, Ouyang Qi could only feel his entire body turn cold. He laughed bitterly. Others can't see us, but we can see each other. With Master's help, Chongming and I can also sense each other. Yin Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. Sikong Qing came forward, extending her finger and tapping on Ouyang Qi's forehead. Being suppressed by Ahu, Ouyang Qi was powerless to resist. At this moment, he was also not in the mood to resist, as he just stood there quietly. Yin Zhaoge walked forward, pressing his palm against Si Qing's back once more. Gradually, Si Qing's expression turned solemn, and the one who benefited from this was also Yin Zhaoge, who was helping her. Ouyang Qi was rather more tragic. Without the help of a martial grandmaster, he was unable to sense Si Qing. Within Yin Zhaoge's mind, the image of the shattered talisman surfaced once more. This time, there were two of them, one originating from Si Qing, the other from Ouyang Qi. They were completely different from Changning's talisman, but their concepts and auras were of the same lineage, similarly being incomplete. While the three were connected, they were independent of each other. It was like an infinitely long metal chain, one metal ring after another connected to the other. And now that the metal chain had broken apart, 3 solitary metal rings fell from it, placed before Yin Zhaoge. After a while, Yin Zhaoge retracted his palm, looking at Ouyang Qi. "Isn't it good like this? We can totally work together now, right?" Ouyang Qi smiled bitterly once more. Unlike him, even more unlike Si Qing. While Changning was a woman, she was irritable and easily angered, arrogant and rash, at the same time seeking instant success. If it was him, Ouyang Qi, he definitely wouldn't want to make a move against Si Qing. It was just that this time, he had been dragged in along with her. Ouyang Qi looked helplessly at Yin Zhaoge, who smiled. "Don't look at me like that. You are very cooperative, and I won't harm your life. However, in the coming days, I'll have to invite you to our clan as a guest for some time. As for your master, just take it as you also having met with a calamity at sea." Ouyang Qi sighed towards the heavens, not speaking, while Yin Zhaoge was smiling. Those 3 shattered talisman patterns continued to revolve within his mind, unable to be dispelled. His gaze moved between Si Qing, Ouyang Qi, and Changning. When junior apprentice sister Si Qing killed Changning, the scene that appeared before her eyes, as well as the complete seal that was deduced from these 3 talisman patterns, corroborated one thing. Yin Zhaoge pondered, there are far more than 4 people like them, including the one who died a year ago. The few that I know of are all of similar ages, very likely having been born at the same time. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. While there are many people in the 8 extremities world, men and women who look exactly the same, also having such outstanding appearances and the same age, if there are many of them, it is impossible that they would not attract the attention of others. Chapter 362. Not every youngster could be like Yin Zhaoge, his name shaking the entire 8 extremities world, virtually known by everyone. Even ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts, even if they did not recognize Yin Zhaoge's appearance, would have heard of his name before. As the most famous expert of the younger generation, Yin Zhaoge's name could currently be described as reverberating like thunder. Of the martial practitioners of the 8 extremities world, other than those who had completely secluded themselves from the world, even those who resided beyond the seas mostly knew of his existence. Most of them had even seen Yin Zhaoge's portrait before. As for Si Qing, comparatively speaking, there were much fewer people who recognized her. However, this few was only relatively speaking. It was only when compared to Yin Zhaoge that she appeared few. In truth, having participated in the Heavenly Connection meet, as a rising star of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation, Si Qing had already been marked in the hearts of the higher echelon experts of the various sacred grounds. Meanwhile, the other first and second-rate powers had always followed the footsteps of the various sacred grounds. Si Qing possessed outstanding talent in the martial Tao, her outer appearance also outstanding, making it hard for one to forget her. Under such circumstances, if someone who resembled her to the point of being virtually identical to her did not cultivate in martial arts, as long as they entered the line of sight of higher-level martial practitioners, whether male or female, they would all be noticed. Broad Creed Mountain's own heaven domain and the wind domain, which it controlled over half of, other than the fire domain and the thunder domain, the mountain domain where Infinite Boundless Mountain was, the water domain where Jade Sea City was, and the lake domain where Turbid Wave Pavilion was. If they discovered her, they would all inform Broad Creed Mountain. It was only in a remote region like the seas where the existence of the painting Saint Old Man, M.O., prevented the sacred grounds from expanding their influence, that the environment would be relatively isolated. With Sikong Qing's current influence, she was still unable to let all the martial practitioners of the seas know of her existence. At the same time, with people like Ouyang Qi and Chongning appearing here, it would be very hard for the inland regions and even the water domain's Jade Sea City to discover them. Yin Zhaoge looked at Sikong Qing. If it was really as he had thought, that there were many Sikong Qings to an unimaginable extent, and these people were all of the same age, of the same generation, in the Eight Extremities world, logically speaking, it was impossible that no news at all had spread. Yin Zhaoge estimated that even counting those like that fisherman who might have been buried, unable to enter the world of martial practitioners, there would not be too many of them. If that was the case, then where were all the Sikong Qings? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. After the great calamity, what exactly did it become? Not counting the 9 underworlds which encroached everywhere, the Eight Extremities world was relatively sealed off. Other than the Flame Devil world, it was not connected to any other worlds. As a result, Yin Zhaoge's current understanding of the environment outside of the Eight Extremities world was limited. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, his attention returning to Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi before him. Looking first at Ouyang Qi and then at Chongning, Yin Zhaoge curled his lips slightly. From the looks of it, the master and disciple had actually discovered the problem by chance. They were still trying to figure it out and did not have a detailed plan. Yin Zhaoge shook his head, getting Ahu to escort Ouyang Qi before they all set off together, leaving the outer East Sea and returning to the water domain. Sikong Qing's trip out this time was to temper herself. According to her original plan, it was still far from time to return. Being brought along by Yin Zhaoge like this now was also going against his original intentions. However, after experiencing the matter of killing Chongning and seeing Ouyang Qi, Sikong Qing's emotions were very complicated. She needed to find a place to calm down. It was not that Sikong Qing had never killed before, but the feeling of killing an opponent who had the same face as her was really not something that outsiders could understand. Yin Zhaoge looked rather interestedly at Sikong Qing. While she had still not recovered somewhat afterwards, having not shown mercy in that moment of life and death, Sikong Qing's was indeed commendable. After all, Chongning had grown up alongside Ouyang Qi, having also seen the corpse of that fisherman who had perished. However, it had been Sikong Qing's first time meeting such a person. In terms of mental preparation, Chongning was much better than Sikong Qing. It was not rare for her to be able to make a move without hesitation, but it was not easy for Sikong Qing. Sikong Qing swiveled her head to look at Yin Zhaoge, hesitating slightly for a moment before asking, "Senior apprentice brother Yin, you have always been knowledgeable. Have you ever heard of a situation like mine?" Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. "I have to disappoint you. I'm also not omniscient and omnipotent. It is just that knowing too many things, I have many guesses. However, from the current situation, the known clues are still too little." Looking at Sikong Qing, many guesses indeed flashed through Yin Zhaoge's mind. However, most of them were rejected by him. "However, junior apprentice sister Sikong, while this may be your private matter, it may involve the painting saint, old man M.O. Therefore, I have to report this matter to the clan." Hearing Yin Zhaoge's words, Sikong Qing nodded, "I understand." As they walked, the purple light of thunder suddenly flashed within Yin Zhaoge's right eye. He swiveled his head to look into the distance, an expression that looked like he was smiling whilst also not appearing on his face as he said mildly, "Ahu, bring them along first. I'll be there very soon." Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. "Yes, young master." They sat on Pan Pan's back, traversing the sea as they were far away in an instant. Yin Zhaoge, his hands behind his back, stood leisurely in the air above the sea surface. Very quickly, a powerful aura appeared in the distance, a sword light like a rainbow as it streaked across the horizon, currently hurrying over. Standing with his hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Of the direct lineage of the painting saint of Verdant Pill Island, ocean crossing long rainbow." His voice was not loud, but it seemed to reverberate between the surrounding heavens and the earth, its aura as high as the sky. It was precisely the manifestation of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage, clear chi profound art having been cultivated to a high level. The sword light that resembled a rainbow halted, an essence spirit martial grandmaster in the form of a middle-aged man appearing. This middle-aged man carefully appraised Yin Zhaoge with a glance before saying slowly, "Are you the Broad Creed young master, Yin Zhaoge? I am Chun Chi, and Ocean Crossing Long Rainbow is precisely my master." Currently, they were located beyond the seas, not within the domain of Broad Creed Mountain's influence. However, as one of the current sacred grounds, Broad Creed Mountain's reputation was also extraordinary. This was especially so when Yuan Zhengfeng had domineeringly stepped into the martial saint realm, exterminated the decimating abyss in the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, dominating the Sacred Sun clan, all of which had caused Broad Creed Mountain's reputation to flourish even further. And with Yin Zhaoge's status and fame, Qin Shi was unable to look down on him just because of his age. Moreover, not mentioning his lineage, in his trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, Yin Zhaoge had lost quite a few essence spirit martial grandmasters of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While the Heavenly Thunder Hall had tried to conceal it, some rumors had still leaked out. Yin Zhaoge, who had originally already been domineering, there would be even less people who would treat him as an ordinary spirit vessel martial grandmaster. While Qin Shi was older and had a high cultivation base, barely being in his territory, facing the sudden appearance of Yin Zhaoge now, his heart was still a little uneasy. Yin Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "This Yin greets you here. To tell you the truth, having seen your sword light of the light rainbow sword, I have guessed that you are of the direct lineage of the painting saint. Actually, I have something to ask of you." Qin Shi said, "I dare not say that I am asking for help. Young Master Yin, please feel free to speak your mind." Yin Zhaoge nodded. "I have a junior apprentice sister who has come to the seas to temper herself. A few days ago, I heard that someone was looking for trouble with her. Therefore, as her senior apprentice brother, I have specially come to take a look. I have already seen the place where the battle took place. The martial arts executed by the other party are extremely high grade, virtually not inferior to those of the direct lineage of the sacred grounds." Qin Shi's expression did not change, but his gaze was slightly unnatural. Yin Zhaoge smiled, asking, "In the lands beyond the seas, the painting saint reigns supreme, his disciples also often residing beyond the seas. You should be extremely familiar with the situation here. I would like to inquire whether, other than the painting saint's lineage, there are any experts from beyond the seas who have obtained such a profound legacy?" Chapter 363. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Chun Shi, who composed himself. "I wonder what kind of supreme martial art it is to be able to receive such a high evaluation from young Master Yin. Once one cultivates Gang Qi, one will become as hot as fire and turn fertile land into scorched earth. The key is that the firepower is extremely violent. Martial artists at the level of physical invulnerability grandmaster can cause great damage." Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "From what I know in this current world, other than the 6 great sacred grounds, I have never heard of such a powerful fire type or chi martial art. In history, I've heard of a few, but logically speaking, they should have been lost. For example, the Burning Sun Evil Manual, the Fire Fiend God Technique of the 5 Elements Fiend Gods, the Scorched Earth Battle Chi, and the Scorched Sun Sword Fiend." Yin Zhaoge gazed at Qin Shi. "I know that there are countless strange people and strange things happening beyond the seas, and that some experts might not even be known to us inland people for their entire lives. Still, they should not be able to escape the eyes of Verdant Pill Island." Qin Shi was silent for a moment. "Perhaps my master would know a bit more. I have not traveled much in the outside world, so I'm unable to give young Master Yin an accurate answer in such a short time." Yin Zhaoge nodded understandingly. "This is also not strange. Please help me verify it." Qin Shi replied, "Young Master Yin is too polite." His hands behind his back, Yin Zhaoge strode amid space as he said calmly, "My junior apprentice sister is currently tempering beyond the seas. If you of the painting saint's lineage meet her, please take care of her. This Yin thanks you first. Chun-Chi let out a long breath. Relax, young Master Yin. While Broad Creed Mountain's lineage and my verdant Pill Island do not have much contact, the exalted Heaven Shaker, the Heaven Diviner, and many other bigwigs of Broad Creed Mountain fought the Flame Devils to the death for the Eight Extremities world, defending the human realm. We all feel great admiration for them. Your esteemed sex disciples are traveling across the sea. If they run into any trouble, I and my fellow disciples will help them. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly. If that is so, that will be best. This Yin first thanks you on behalf of my junior apprentice sister here. He stood in the air, his feet not moving as he looked at Chun-Chi. Since that's the case, I won't hold you up any longer. Please forgive me for my rudeness. Chun-Chi looked deeply at Yin Zhaoge. Then, I will take my leave. Young Master Yin, farewell. The light rainbow sword flashed once again, and Chun-Chi's body turned into a rainbow as he streaked across the sky. However, although he didn't turn back, the direction he was heading in was completely different from the direction he had come from. The purplish-green light of thunder flickered within Yin Zhaoge's right eye as he confirmed that Chun-Chi had retreated in the face of difficulty, not trying to play some crafty trick to bypass him and continue chasing. Shrugging his shoulders, Yin Zhaoge turned to leave this region of sea, chasing after Ah Hu and the others. Ah Hu, Si Kongqing, and Ouyang Qi sat on Pan Pan's back. Pan Pan leisurely walked on the surface of the sea, his laziness reappearing as if he was still half asleep. When Yin Zhaoge reappeared, Pan Pan instantly became spirited, looking like he was working hard and performing well. Yin Zhaoge didn't know whether to laugh or to cry at its indolent behavior. Patting his big head, Pan Pan grinned, revealing a very human-like simple and honest smile. Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head to look at Ah Hu, saying exasperatedly, "One is marked by the company one keeps. One is marked by the company one keeps." Ah Hu also smiled foolishly. Yin Zhaoge leapt onto Pan Pan's back, sitting down in the meditative position as he asked Ouyang Qi, "Your master's name is Chun-Chi?" Ouyang Qi answered, "Yes, that is precisely my master." Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "What? Having entered your master's tutelage, don't you have to change your name as a taboo?" Ouyang Qi didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. Even overseas people don't pay attention to this. So that's how it is. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, no longer asking anything, instead saying simply, "In the coming days, I will invite you to return to our clan as a guest for a period of time. As for how long, that will depend on the wishes of our clan seniors. I will not interfere." Ouyang Qi lowered his head, sighing. Ah Hu asked, "Young master, are we still returning to Stone Rock City?" Yin Zhaoge said, "Senior apprentice brother Su should have already brought Jun, and the others back to the clan. There's no need for us to go to Stone Rock City. I intend to remain on the sea for a period of time, properly analyzing the Flame Devils." After the consecutive bloody battles that year, the Flame Devils similarly suffered a great blow to their vitality. However, in recent years, the movements of the Flame Devils have been growing greater and greater. I feel that they're also gradually recovering their strength, becoming a little restless once more. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Before troops and horses move, intelligence comes first. Some preparations are best done as early as possible. Swiveling his head to look at Si Kongqing, Yin Zhaoge said, "For junior apprentice sister Si Kong's injuries to be healed completely, just recuperating alone would require quite a bit of time. Therefore, I might as well concoct some medicine. Since I do not have all the ingredients on hand, let's first go to East Dragon Island. The head of the water domains 9 cities. The sacred ground Jade Sea City was located on the number 1 island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island. With East Dragon Island as its center, it controlled the vast heavens and earth of the surrounding inner East Sea. Si Kongqing said, "If senior apprentice brother Yin wants to go meet the Flame Devils, you can go first. There is no need to care about me. With senior apprentice brother's help earlier, My injuries are already no longer a problem. I just need to slowly recover. Yin Zhaoge said, "It's fine. There are some things that I still need to carefully think through." His gaze shifted between Sikong Qing and Ouyang Qi. Seeing this, Sikong Qing nodded, no longer saying anything. Riding the wind and traversing the sea, they arrived at the outskirts of the inner East Sea before heading towards East Dragon Island. As the #1 island of the East Sea, East Dragon Island was also the largest island of the entire vast ocean. While it was called an island, it was more like a piece of land. As Yin Zhaoge and the others neared East Dragon Island, they would naturally draw the attention of the water domain's sacred ground, Jade Sea City. This was equivalent to where Jade Sea City was located. Yin Zhaoge's identity was not ordinary. He was the son of Jade Sea City's city lord Song Wuliang, a leading figure of the water domain's younger generation. The Seven Seas' young master Song Chao had personally come out to receive him. The two could already be considered acquaintances now. After meeting, they naturally had to exchange pleasantries. Sikong Qing was on good terms with Li Jingwan. Previously, when passing through the water domain, she had also traveled alongside Song Chao. Now that they had reunited, they similarly had topics to talk about. As for Ouyang Qi, he had been watched over by Ahu, not appearing in public. Junior apprentice brother Yin is so bold. Actually go to the extreme northern snowy plains, Song Chao said as they walked. However, if you do not intend to return to Broad Creed Mountain at the moment, still moving about on the sea, you still have to be more careful. Having suffered a great loss in the extreme northern lands this time, the Heavenly Thunderhall will probably target you even more. The environment on the sea is rather complicated, and even when our clan's disciples move about outside, it is often hard for them to ensure their safety. Yin Zhaoge smiled. It is also precisely because of this that most of your clan's disciples are capable and outstanding, not getting flustered in the face of danger. Isn't that so? Song Chao smiled, shaking his head. Junior apprentice brother, Yin praises me too much. Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation's heroes are endless, really putting us to shame. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he said, "Anyway, over at the Heavenly Thunder Hall, junior apprentice brother Yin should still pay more attention." Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded, but within his heart, he was thinking that if the Sacred Sun clan knew that the incident in the Southern Underground Palace had something to do with him, they would probably want to strangle him to death even more. To be continued. Chapter 364. To Yin Zhaoge, his previous trip to the extreme northern snowy plains could be considered a great success. He had accomplished all of his objectives, even having obtained additional rewards. However, there were also some twists and turns. When he had been tampering with the ice pith vein, he had accidentally been discovered by Zheng Shao of Black Nightmare Mountain, even drawing over a bunch of people of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. While it did not affect the overall situation in the end, Yin Zhaoge having even managed to trap and slay more than half of the enemies who had been present in the ice cave, he had still managed to leave some alive at the end of the day. This way, the news of him touching the ice pith vein would eventually reach the ears of the Sacred Sun clan. The Southern Underground Palace was a sacred ground that the Sacred Sun clan attached great importance to. If something had happened, they would definitely investigate it carefully. Although it seemed to come without warning, it was not difficult to see that it was caused by the earth vein. The drying up of the heavenly ice spring of the snowy immortal palace in pre-Great Calamity times was one of the legendary stories that have been passed down to the present day, with many people of the Eight Extremities world currently knowing about it. Although it didn't seem to be related on the surface, if someone were to diverge a little, they might be able to link a few things together. As such, the spearhead was naturally pointed at him. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The ice cave was completely cleansed by the eruption of the cold qi of the ice pith vein. There definitely wouldn't be any evidence left behind, but, between the Sacred Sun clan and me, there's also no need for evidence. As compared to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Sacred Sun clan would probably hate to get rid of him even more. Let's use our own methods. Yin Zhaoge chortled, his gaze turning cold. From a moment the other party had stepped on a Broad Creed Mountain's territory, they had already been destined to be irreconcilable enemies. Accompanied by Song Chao, Yin Zhaoga's group traversed the soil of East Dragon Island. East Dragon Island was vast. Yin Zhaoga, Song Chao, and the others had to traverse a long distance before finally arriving at Jade Sea City on the island. While this was still Yin Zhaoga's first time truly stepping foot into Jade Sea City, he had also gained some understanding of this place before. Jade Sea City was divided into an inner city and an outer city. The outer city was like a real city, the core of East Dragon Island. It was both the center of governance and the center of economy. This was the largest material distribution center in the Eastern Sea, and all kinds of people from all over the world gathered here. Other than martial artists, there were also ordinary civilians. Meanwhile, the inner city was the true Jade Sea City, one of the 6 great sacred grounds of legend, the ruler of the water domain. The people of Jade Sea City mostly lived and cultivated in the inner city, and the various important departments of Jade Sea City were all located within the inner city as well. Si Kongqing looked curiously at the various people in the outer city. Although she had heard of it before, when she saw it with her own eyes, it still conflicted with her inherent knowledge. Putting aside the first and second-rate forces, the mountain gates of the other holy lands might be located in the vicinity and would naturally attract commoners to gather. However, the places where they established their sects were usually relatively quiet. In the surroundings of Broad Creed Mountain, there were many cities in the Central Heaven region. However, the 8 peaks of Broad Creed Mountain, from the top to the foot of the mountain, were only accessible to Broad Creed Mountain disciples. Not mentioning the Sacred Sun Clan's world-illuminating peak, ordinary people were not allowed to set foot within a radius of 50 kilometers. Infinite Boundless Mountain had been established on the main peak of the Infinite Boundless Mountain Range, the mountain range stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers. Other places would still be fine, but near the main peak, not even a single hunter or woodcutter could be seen. Turbid Wave Pavilion was elegant and tranquil, but the main island at the center of the lake was similarly an isolated island. Only the disciples of the clan could enter the island, and it was surrounded by a watery country. Where the Heavenly Thunder Hall was located, thunderstorms occurred all year round, with living people not being able to approach. On one hand, the places where the various holy lands established their headquarters were all rare places of the 8 extremities world where spiritual chi was dense and congregated, suitable for martial practitioners to cultivate in peace. In order to ensure that the local environment and the flow of spiritual chi would not be disturbed or changed in the long run, the various holy lands would do their best to reduce the number of commoners entering and exiting the area near their headquarters. On the other hand, it was not something that outsiders would know about. When disciples of the clan traveled outside, it was fine for them to be a little closer to the commoners. However, maintaining a sense of mystery in the clan itself was often more beneficial in gathering the hearts of the people, intimidating the other first and second-rate powers into submission. Meanwhile, Jade Sea City, comparatively speaking, seemed rather different. As Yin Zhaoga's group walked, Song Chao said as they walked, "Your clan has an elder Feng and a junior apprentice brother Feng who just happens to be in the city." "Oh." Yin Zhaoga was rather taken aback. Senior apprentice Uncle Feng and junior apprentice brother Feng are also here. Following beside Yin Zhaoga, Ahu also blinked. That elder Feng was named Feng Qi, also a martial practitioner of Broad Creed Mountain. All along, he had been on very good terms with Yin Zhaoga's father, Yin Di. His son was named Feng Moyang, close in age to Yin Zhaoga. The two could be said to have entered the clan together, learnt martial arts together, and grown up together. Feng Qi, along with the king of the Eastern Tang Kingdom, Zhao Shicheng, as well as the elder of the Howling Windsword sect, Jun Ziyuan, and the others, could all be considered longtime friends of Yin Zhaoga and Yin Di's family. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang, father and son, were both rather proficient in the Tao of alchemy and plants. It had already been some years since they had gone far away to search for medicine, having not returned to the mountain. Now, they actually just happened to be in Jade Sea City. Yin Zhaoga had indeed not known of this beforehand. Song Chao said, "That's right. I heard that they were preparing to return to the heaven domain. Just happening to be passing by here, they stopped for a while, strolling around the market and looking for some medicinal ingredients. Yin Zhaoga nodded. Oh, long time no see. I should go pay a visit later. Since he had come to Jade Sea City, with Yin Zhaoga's current status and position, he should naturally meet Jade Sea City's city lord, Song Wuliang. After all, he was currently no longer an ordinary member of a younger generation. However, Jade Sea City had replied that Song Wuliang was currently in secluded cultivation. That really is a pity, Yin Zhaoga smiled, saying. Stroking his long beard, a green-clothed old man in front of him similarly said smilingly. Before entering secluded cultivation, the city lord also said that you are indeed extraordinary, Zhaoga, having made a trip to the extreme northern snowy plains, causing the heavenly Thunder Hall to be badly battered. If you have nothing on, Zhaoga, why don't you stay a few more days in my Jade Sea City? The city lord also really wants to meet you. While he had not seen Song Wuliang, other than Song Chao, this green-clothed old man, having personally come to the inner city's gates to welcome him, had already given Yin Zhaoga sufficient face. This old man was Jade Sea City's external affairs first seed elder at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, a late essence talisman expert. Yin Zhaoga smiled. City Lord Song is polite. I will indeed be staying here for a period of time, but I don't know if I'll be able to make it in time for City Lord Song to exit seclusion. As the two conversed, the green-clothed old man brought Yin Zhaoga's group to the lodgings that had long since been arranged for them. After Yin Zhaoga and the others had settled down, a youth came knocking on their door just a short while later. I was still saying that I was going to pay a visit to Senior Apprentice Uncle Feng right away, and now you've come. Seeing that youth, Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly. That youth was Yin Zhaoga's junior apprentice brother, Feng Moyang, gentle and refined in appearance, possessing a calm and gentle aura. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, a smile was also revealed on his face. My father is currently in the midst of concocting a pill, and will only be able to leave seclusion for another 7 days at the very least. Hearing that you, senior apprentice brother Yin, have arrived, I came over first. Yin Zhaoga said, You came just in time. I just happen to have something that requires your and senior apprentice Uncle Feng's help with. Chapter 365. Hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, Feng Muang nodded and said, Just say it. Yin Zhaoga could now mobilize a lot of manpower and resources in Broadcreed Mountain. His authority was even greater than that of many First Seed elders. Feng Qi and Feng Moyang naturally couldn't refuse him since he had ordered them to do something serious. It was just that the two families had been good friends for generations. Yin Zhaoga definitely wouldn't do it in a businesslike manner. After senior apprentice Uncle Feng comes out of seclusion, are you going to return to Broadcreed Mountain? Yin Zhaoga asked. Feng Moyang answered, Of course. After being out for so long, I've gained a lot, but I still need to sort it out. Yin Zhaoga turned his head and looked at Ahu. Ahu handed him the shadow shrinking pouch. When you return to Broadcreed Mountain, take this pouch with you. Yin Zhaoga took the pouch and handed it to Feng Moyang. Inside is a person I've captured. His cultivation has already been restricted. He won't cause any trouble. Just take it back like this. Hearing that, Feng Moyang took a look at the shadow shrinking pouch and found that the pouch was sealed by a special restriction formation. If it was opened without permission, it couldn't be sealed back. Yin Zhaoga noticed his action and said solemnly, Give it to my father directly. Feng Moyang instantly understood that this matter was highly confidential. Not to mention him and his father, even First Seed elders didn't know about it. As for the level of secrecy, it would be decided by Yin Zhaoga's father, the current chief Yin Di. Feng Moyang nodded calmly and said without changing his expression, Rest assured, I know what to do. Yin Zhaoga then pointed at Sikong Qing and smiled. Moyang, do you still recognize this junior apprentice sister? Feng Moyang smiled slightly. Junior apprentice sister Sikong. How could I not recognize her? But I've heard that junior apprentice sister Sikong has made rapid progress. Seeing you today, junior apprentice sister Sikong is even more outstanding than the rumors say. I'm really ashamed. Sikong Qing bowed to Feng Moyang. Senior apprentice brother Feng is too serious. Feng Muang glanced at Yin Zhaoge and shook his head. Not to mention you. Yin Zhaoge turned his head to look at Si Kongqing, pointed at Feng Muang and said, "Don't be fooled by him. His abilities are not all reflected in his martial cultivation." Si Kongqing was wholeheartedly devoted to martial arts. Paying attention to others, she would also often pay attention to the martial Dao's talent and cultivation strength, inevitably neglecting other aspects. She had met Feng Muang before, but from what she understood, his talent and attainments in the martial arts were inferior to Yin Zhaoge, Su Fei, and Lu Wen. Yin Zhaoge said, "Amongst our fellow disciples of the same generation, Mo Yang's attainments in the Tao of alchemy and plants are the most outstanding. Even many longtime elders of the clan are inferior to him in this area." These words actually excluded Yin Zhaoge himself. Still, his situation was special, and there was no need to specially emphasize it. Feng Muang smiled and said, "I just know a little." Due to Yin Zhaoge's outstanding performance these past few years, while Si Kongqing persisted on her own path, she no longer neglected other areas of learning as she had in the past. The level of alchemy was an important cornerstone for any power. Experts of the martial Tao and experts of the alchemy Tao were both very important when compared at a higher level. One was the main support of the clan's combat power, while the other imperceptibly raised the clan's overall strength and potential. Feng Xiang looked at Si Kongqing and asked, "Junior apprentice Sister Si Kong was injured in a fight with someone earlier?" Si Kongqing nodded. Yin Zhaoge said, "She was injured in a fight with someone earlier. I have already done some treatment, and her injuries have eased. However, if she wants to be cured completely, she still needs to be carefully nursed back to health. Jade Sea City has all sorts of medicinal ingredients, and I was just preparing to concoct some for her." Feng Muang's interest was piqued. "Oh, I heard that you, senior apprentice brother Yin, have reproduced the golden needle liberating pill technique. I was just thinking of seeking you out for some guidance." Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Having gathered all the ingredients, we can begin." As they chatted and laughed, after greeting the martial practitioners of Jade Sea City, they left the inner city together, coming to the outer city and heading for the marketplace there. "Senior apprentice brother Yin, if you need any medicinal ingredients, can't you just ask Jade Sea City's people to help you prepare them? Compared to the marketplace in the city, the price would probably be a bit more reasonable." As they walked, Feng Muang asked curiously, "The storage of Jade Sea City itself can only be more abundant than that of the marketplace in the city?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Other than medicinal ingredients, I also need to find some other things." Just like before, other than what Yin Zhaoge had set his sights on, he also needed to mix in some other things to obstruct his line of sight. Other than medicinal ingredients, other things were also piled up in large and small bags. Yin Zhaoge first concocted medicine for Si Kongqing, while Feng Muang watched quietly from the side. "Muang, how long has Jade Sea City's City Lord Song been in seclusion?" While concocting medicine, Yin Zhaoge chatted with Feng Muang from time to time. After calculating silently for a moment, Feng Muang said, "Before my father and I arrived, City Lord Song had already been in seclusion for at least 20 days. After thinking carefully for a moment, he said softly, "I don't know if it's my misperception, but I feel that the tides of the Great Sea near East Dragon Island seem to have changed somewhat." Yin Zhaoge said thoughtfully, "The tides have changed?" Feng Muang answered, "I'm not sure. After all, I'm also not familiar with the environment here. I just have this feeling." After pondering for a moment, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth curled slightly. "No, Muang, your feeling is very likely correct." A thoughtful expression also appeared on Feng Muang's face as he nodded, not asking any further. After concocting the pill for Si Kongqing began to meditate and recuperate by herself. After chatting with Yin Zhaoge about their recent experiences, Feng Muang also took his leave. Sitting cross-legged in the quiet room, Yin Zhaoge's mind was filled with countless thoughts. Regarding the overall internal situation of the Eight Extremities world, regarding the other 5 sacred grounds, and the painting Saint Old Man Mo, regarding Si Kongqing, Ouyang Qi, Chong Ning, and the others. Regarding the 9 underworlds whose claws and teeth had been temporarily cut off, and had once again gone into hibernation. Regarding the passageway leading to the Flame Devil world on the outer East Sea, as well as the Flame Devils within. After a while, Yin Zhaoge finished thinking and collected his thoughts, focusing on the problem of the Flame Devils. He took out a shadow, shrinking pouch from his bosom. After opening it, he picked out a pile of red ice crystals from within. These red ice crystals looked like they were condensed from fresh blood, emitting waves of cold qi. Yin Zhaoge picked up one of them, tapping it lightly with his finger before taking out other things and fiddling with them. As time slowly passed, Yin Zhaoge settled down in Jade Sea City peacefully, either cultivating in his martial Dao or doing various experiments. One day, Yin Zhaoge came out of his residence to relax. As he strolled leisurely through the city, he suddenly saw a person rushing out of the city like he was flying. Looking carefully, he also recognized her. It was Jade Sea City's disciple Li Jingwan. However, Li Jingwan's current expression was clearly a little anxious and flustered. To be continued. Chapter 366. While Yin Zhaoge and Li Jingwan were acquainted, they cannot be said to be too familiar with each other. However, in his impression, this disciple of the water domain's Jade Sea City had a rather stable and magnanimous personality. Although she looked gentle on the outside, she was actually quite tough and unyielding on the inside. Back at the Heavenly Connection meet, during the incident at Clear Concealed Lake, when Li Jingwan had been captured by Lu Xingfeng, she had been neither servile nor overbearing, as she had not lost her cool, also not submitting to the other party's viciousness. Yin Zhaoge had rather praised her for this. This was the first time Yin Zhaoge had ever seen such an anxious and panicked state. Looking at Li Jingwan's hurriedly departing figure, Yin Zhaoge blinked, momentarily unable to get his head around it. Turning his head to look in the direction Li Jingwan came from, Si Kongqing was standing there. It seemed like she just sent Li Jingwan out, and the two had just bid farewell. Now, Si Kongqing also saw Yin Zhaoge, who walked towards her, junior apprentice sister Si Kong. Senior apprentice brother Yin. Si Kongqing bowed towards him. Yin Zhaoge nodded, returning the greeting before asking, Jade Sea City's junior apprentice sister Li, looking at her hurried expression, even somewhat flustered, has something happened? As expected, Si Kongqing knew, and replied, it seems that senior apprentice sister Li's family has some matters, so she's in a hurry to return. Yin Zhaoge looked at the inner city of Jade Sea City, then at the bustling outer city. What? Is her family not residing in Jade Sea City's outer city? Si Kongqing had a cold temperament and did not have many friends. Li Jingwan was one of the few friends she could get along well with. The two of them hit it off very well. After spending a lot of time together, they were like a pair of best friends. Senior sister Li's parents have returned to their ancestral land to visit their relatives. Si Kongqing explained, but something seemed to have happened, and news came. Senior apprentice sister Li received the news, and after informing the sect, she set off. Yin Zhaoge asked, do you know where her hometown is? Si Kongqing answered, within the territory of Xingling City, a small city in Jiangbei County, Yi Province. Xingling City was one of the 9 cities in the water domain. Of the 9 cities in the water domain, 6 were on the sea, while the other 3 were on land, located at the eastern end of the continent. Unlike Jade Sea City and Stone Rock City, which were both on the sea, Xingling City was one of the 3 cities on land and water. The 9 cities of the water domain were called cities, but they were actually the centers of a large territory. With the name of the city, they were collectively referred to as a territory. Jiangbei County was one of the counties under the influence of Xingling City, and Yizhou was one of the many city-states in Jiangbei County. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge nodded. Recently, there seems to be something wrong with the East Sea. The Flame Devils may be about to launch a major offensive. If it's Xingling City, then it's fine. It's an inland area. Si Kongqing seemed to be deep in thought. The news that has come is that the Flame Devils have been very quiet recently. The outer East Sea is calm and tranquil, but it is like the final calm before the storm. Too quiet is an abnormal phenomenon in the first place, a sign of unrest. Yin Zhaoge said, it is precisely so. Therefore, Turbid wave pavilion's pavilion, lord, and is already preparing to leave the lake domain, coming to the sea. Sikong Qing gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. City Lord Song is still in secluded cultivation, Yin Zhaoga laughed, secretly storing up a big move. His voice was very soft, and Sikong Qing did not hear him clearly. Senior apprentice brother Yin. What did you say? Yin Zhaoga smiled, coming out of seclusion this time. City Lord Song will be extraordinary. Sikong Qing understood. Is it like the Sacred Sun clan's Huang Guanglia, advancing in his cultivation, or forging Jade Sea City's own sacred artifact? Yin Zhaoga said softly, the possibility of the latter is a little greater. Sikong Qing nodded, no longer asking. Amidst their conversation, Ahu came to the side. Hearing Yin Zhaoga and Sikong Qing's discussion, he could not help but say, it's just that I don't know when City Lord Song will be able to complete his cultivation and whether he will be able to make it in time to deal with this major offensive of the Flame Devils. Yin Zhaoga similarly gazed towards Jade Sea City's inner city. This is very hard to say. If it has not reached the final juncture, it can still be stopped when the situation requires it. If it has reached the final juncture, it can only be done in one go. Ahu scratched his big head. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lorden has already rushed to the sea. There shouldn't be much of a problem, right? With the Flame Devils in chaos, the Sacred Sun clan will also be sending Meng Wan over with the Extreme Crown. The Heavenly Thunder Hall to the north will similarly not be able to stay out of this. Ahu counted on his fingers, saying, if this wave of the Flame Devils is really too ferocious, and the pressure on the three sacred grounds along the coast is too great, our Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, as well as the Sacred Sun clan, will also have to send over peak experts to reinforce them. Yin Zhaoga said, if we can block the Flame Devils at the entrance of the passageway to the Outer East Sea, there won't be any major problems. Xingling City, Jiangbei County, south of Yizhou City. There is a huge manor here, all belonging to the number 1 family of the region, the Li family of Yizhou. The Li family had always been the number 1 family in Yizhou, possessing great wealth and power as their roots ran deep. More importantly, the Li family had produced a direct disciple of one of the 6 great sacred grounds, the water domain's Jade Sea City, Li Jingwan. This way, the Li family would completely dominate a region of the region, with no one able to shake them. Even martial practitioners whose strength surpassed that of the Li family would have to show some courtesy when facing the Li family, not easily coming into conflict with them. However, the atmosphere in the Li family's ancestral ground was currently rather tense. There were no signs of enemies invading, but a problem just had to have arisen. After receiving the news, Li Jingwan traveled day and night, finally rushing back to her hometown in Yizhou. Mother, how is father? Holding the hand of a woman, Li Jingwan asked anxiously. Mother Li's face was filled with worry. He suddenly fell unconscious, but from the outside, there doesn't seem to be any problems. We also couldn't find the reason and could only send you a letter. As a sacred ground, Jade Sea City should have a way, right? Li Jingwan greeted the patriarch and elder of the family as she went to check on her father. She didn't know that as she entered the Li family's ancestral ground, there was someone outside, watching her vanishing figure with his gaze. Looking at Li Jingwan's back, Lin Zhou turned and left. As long as uncle is not moved, there won't be any major problems. Jingwan, you have Jade Sea City's miraculous medicine. Uncle will naturally wake up in a few days. These days, you can stay in Xingling, peacefully accompanying your family. Lin Zhou's gaze was calm. With you not here, my final worry is also gone. Whether or not Jade Sea City flows with rivers of blood and turns into scorched earth, it is no longer important. Lin Zhou gazed towards the east, his gaze gradually turning cold. Yin Zhaoga, it's really great that you are in Jade Sea City at this time. All along, I have wanted to defy the heavens and change my fate, change my own fate, change the fate of my family, change the fate of my lover. However, this time, I will not do anything at all, quietly waiting for what should have happened to happen before making a move. Lin Zhou headed east towards the Great Sea, father did not perish at the hands of the 9 underworld's evil devils, instead being killed by your broad Creed Mountain. Then, you can accompany my father in death. Yin Zhaoge, I'll start with you. Chapter 367. As time passed, Jade Sea City's Lord Song Wuliang still remained in secluded cultivation. Broad Creed Mountain's elder Feng Qi had emerged from seclusion after concocting the pill, meeting with Yin Zhaoge as they chatted about their experiences over the years. After that, Feng Qi and Feng Moyang began their journey back to Broad Creed Mountain. Taken along with them was the shadow, shrinking pouch that Yin Zhaoge had given them, within which Ouyang Qi, whose cultivation base had been sealed, was sealed. Xikong Qing also remained in Jade Sea City to recuperate. With the assistance of Yin Zhaoge's pills, she would be able to make a complete recovery very quickly, not leaving behind any future problems. Yin Zhaoge remained in Jade Sea City, cultivating quietly. He had reached a bottleneck in his martial arts cultivation. As long as he could break through, he would be able to enter a whole new world. Stepping into the extreme northern snowy plains, Yin Zhaoge had successfully nurtured his spirit seed, stepping into the second level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the mid-spirit vessel martial Grandmaster realm. And now, Yin Zhaoge felt that his spirit seed was already about to sprout, breaking out of the ground. If a spirit sprout was successfully nurtured, it would mean that the embryonic form of a martial Tao origin spirit was officially formed. Martial artists would also break through the spirit-nurturing middle stage, breaking through to the spirit-nurturing late-stage martial Grandmaster realm. At this step, they could begin to form their own true martial path origin spirit and make preparations to refine astral energy into essence. The speed at which Yin Zhaoge had broken through from the early spirit vessel stage to the mid-spirit vessel stage earlier had left who inwardly speechless. And now, from the spirit-nurturing middle stage to the spirit-nurturing late stage, the speed was even more shocking. Of this, Yin Zhaoge's body had been tempered by the dragon's blood, and the absorption of the dragon's blood's essence and vitality, allowing him to quickly surpass the accumulation stage, directly reaching the peak of the mid-spirit vessel stage. But to cross that threshold and truly step into the spirit vessel late stage martial Grandmaster realm was not an easy matter. A considerable part of the reason was that Yin Zhaoge had been accumulating for a long time, unceasingly accumulating. Now, it was time for him to reap the rewards. In the past, Yin Zhaoge's cultivation had also risen rapidly. But in fact, in order to avoid being too eye-catching, he was more or less restrained. As his cultivation grew more profound day by day, the others also gradually got used to his shocking abilities. Thus, he could start to let go of these restraints. Yin Zhaoge sat in the meditative position within the room, his entire body enveloped by a layer of clear qi, hazy and indistinct. And beneath the clear qi, Yin Zhaoge's body was surrounded by an indescribable mass of qi that was neither bright nor dark, neither black nor white, neither cold nor hot. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, breathing steadily. As he inhaled and exhaled, the primal chaos aura around him underwent a transformation. Extreme cold, scorching heat, lightning, thick earth storm, all sorts of phenomena appeared one after another, constantly changing. Within Yin Zhaoge's dantian, a seed of chaos rose and fell. He blew a breath of air, and the mass of chaotic air around him began to disperse. Inside of him, a puff of air blew into the primal chaos seed, which then exploded. It was as if from an indescribable point, an infinite number of things were born. It was as if all of this had been folded and compressed to the extreme before, to the point that it had lost its form and condensed into a single point. Now, it was as if it had finally unfolded once more. When others cultivated, their spiritual seeds would germinate, and they would nurture the embryonic form of their martial path origin spirit. For example, Broad Creed Mountain's clear qi profound art manifested the vast sky. The Sacred Sun clan's great sun, true qi, manifested the great golden sun. These phenomena, when a martial practitioner truly cultivated their martial path origin spirit afterwards, would generally also be the same. It was just that at that time, the false would truly become real, stepping into a completely new heaven and earth. Yin Zhaoga's spiritual seed germinating was different. It did not manifest any concrete phenomena, instead seeming to replay the scenes of the beginning of chaos, the changes in creation. Exhaling, Yin Zhaoga abruptly inhaled once more. That chaotic scenes vanished, seemingly regaining the clear sky once more, just like when he cultivated in the orthodox, clear chi profound art of Broad Creed Mountain, stepping into the late spirit vessel stage. Therefore, when the conditions were right, success was achieved without any major disturbances. Yin Zhaoga had already successfully stepped into the third level of the martial Grandmaster realm, the late spirit vessel stage, only a step away from achieving his true spirit. While others faced difficulties and dangers, it was as easy as flat ground for me. Yin Zhaoga smiled slightly, standing up and walking to the side. There, the internal crystal furnace was currently circulating leisurely. Yin Zhaoga patted its body lightly, the internal crystal furnace coming to a stop. Its lid opened, streams of golden radiance spurting out from within, resembling a rain of light. Under the effect of Yin Zhaoga's aura chi, the bright golden rain of light converged into a single beam before landing within his palm. As Yin Zhaoga opened his palm, numerous golden ice crystals appeared within it. These ice crystals had originally been blood red in color, but having been refined by Yin Zhaoga, they had turned golden. Yin Zhaoga extended his other palm, the chaotic chi mass within his Dantian's chi ocean dispersing as a crimson fire seed appeared. That was the manifestation of the essence of power obtained after having cultivated in the sacred heavenly fire scripture. Yin Zhaoga's empty left hand now suddenly underwent a change as numerous crimson flame patterns manifested on his skin, instantly covering his entire left palm. The patterns resembled actual blazing flames as they soared on Yin Zhaoga's skin, roiling waves of heat assaulting his face. Yin Zhaoga had not intentionally stimulated his power, but the momentum of incinerating the heavens still emanated from within, rampant and tyrannical. With his left hand having taken on such a state, Yin Zhaoga's right hand shook slightly, a golden ice crystal that emitted cold chi flying out, transforming into a golden streak of light as it landed on his left hand. Instantly, all-encompassing golden light filled the entire room. Dense cold chi suffused the area, virtually wanting to transform the room into an ice cave. Yin Zhaoga could clearly feel that for just that one moment, his left hand seemed to have completely lost all feeling. The coldness was as sharp as a blade as it flowed along the meridians of his left hand, spreading all the way to his dantian, targeting that crimson fire seed as though it would only stop once it was completely extinguished. Yin Zhaoga nodded satisfactorily, the aura chi within his body changing as the crimson fire seed vanished, his aura chi turning icy cold. That coldness that was spreading through his meridians immediately calmed as well, instead being assimilated and absorbed by the cold chi within Yin Zhaoga's body, being beneficial without causing any harm, as though it was nourishing him. The effects of this devil-shattering ice talisman are not bad. Yin Zhaoga smiled, keeping the golden ice crystals one by one. After doing so, Yin Zhaoga came to the mouth of the internal crystal furnace, lowering his head to look within. Within the internal crystal furnace, 9 ice spikes that resembled short halberds stood erect silently. Yin Zhaoga lightly tapped on one of them, inspecting it as he muttered to himself, still lacking some maturity. As he pondered, Ahu came knocking on the door. Yin Zhaoga let Ahu in, whose expression was rather grave. "Young master, as you predicted earlier, the flame devils have made a move, and it is a major one at that. There is more than a single flame devil king expert who entered the 8 extremities world through the passageway." Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoga asked, "Turbid Wave Pavilion's Pavilion Lord Un and the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng, one should already have arrived at the Outer East Sea, right?" Chapter 368. The Flame Devils were likely to make a major move. The human martial arts experts guarding the outer EC had mostly discovered some clues as well, and were all on their guard. Broad Creed Mountain's first seat elder Fu Inshu, who was stationed in the EC to guard against the Flame Devils along with the others, had specially sent a report back to the clan. Most of the other sects and forces had also received the message from the people in charge of the EC. Affected by this, the tense atmosphere between the human race's holy lands eased a little. However, everyone knew that after the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, the relationship between Broad Creed Mountain and the Sacred Sun clan was already one of irreconcilable enemies, with a victor eventually being decided. The Sacred Sun clan's current relationship with Broad Creed Mountain was even worse than their relationship with Jade Sea City. The situation of the Heavenly Thunder Hall and Broad Creed Mountain was similarly tense. The fact that the atmosphere had eased slightly now was only because the Eight Extremities world was facing a common enemy. The Sacred Sun clan disciple Meng, one who wielded the sacred artifact, the Extreme Een Crown, had already arrived above the East Sea with the Extreme Een Crown. There, the Pavilion Lord of Turbid Wave Pavilion, the Roiling Cloud Martial Saint and Qing Lin, had also arrived to oversee the scene. Other than that, we have already contacted the Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Green Thunder Martial Saint Shun Li, as well as the Painting Saint Old Man Amo, who said to Yin Zhaoga, "Old Man Amo aside, whether Shun Li will leave the Thunder Domain and come to the sea is hard to say." Yin Zhaoga said, "That will have to depend on how the situation changes." Ahu swallowed. "Young Master, it's said that the Flame Devils have gradually regained their vitality these past few years. Do you think that another great Flame Devil, king-level existence will emerge from them?" Yin Zhaoga raised his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "This is very hard to say. The internal strife for the Flame Devils is also very intense. Under such circumstances, the result could be internal friction, or it could also be the birth of an extraordinary hegemon like Ringu." He looked at Ahu. "In short, pay close attention to the movements in the outer East Sea. If there's any news, report it immediately." Ahu nodded. "Yes, young master." Very soon, news spread that under the leadership of the two Flame Devil Kings, a large number of experts of the Flame Devil race had set foot in the EC. The enemy was intercepted by Qing Lin and the Extreme Een Crown as a bloody battle erupted between the human experts and the Flame Devil experts on the outer EC, causing the rivers to roil and the seas to boil. Still, the overall situation in the Eight Extremities world could still be considered stable. As the chaos of the Flame Devils grew more and more intense in recent years, a series of great battles had erupted in the EC. During the incident of Clear Concealed Lake and the Battle of Broad Creed Mountain, due to their connection with the decimating abyss, the Flame Devils had once unleashed a frenzied wave of attacks, with more than a single Flame Devil King entering the Eight Extremities world each time, working together with the decimating abyss who had created the chaos of the Nine Underworlds, forcing the human race to have experts of the same level to resist them, drawing away much of their attention. Therefore, the fact that two Flame Devil Kings had entered the EC together now did not come as much of a surprise to the human race martial practitioners. What everyone was more concerned about now was whether there were any other experts of the Flame Devil race who had entered the Eight Extremities world as reinforcements. Yin Zhaoga activated the internal crystal furnace, continuing to carefully refine those 9 ice shards. However, Ahu soon sent a piece of bad news. "Lost track of them." Yin Zhaoga looked rather bemused at Ahu, who had virtually crashed through the door. "A bunch of Flame Devils, all of them gone?" Ahu's expression was extremely grave. "We don't know the exact situation. Elder Fu and the others are going crazy looking for him." With the two Flame Devil Kings at their head, a great number of Flame Devil experts have gone missing, shaking off Pavilion Lordin and Elder Fu, their whereabouts unknown. Yin Zhaoga knit his brows. "This is a little unexpected. How did they do it?" The tyrannical Flame Devils were able to incinerate the spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth as long as they were in the Eight Extremities world, causing a severe impact on the Eight Extremities world even if they did nothing at all. The stronger the Flame Devils, the worse the impact they would have, at the same time finding it harder to conceal their tracks. It was still fine if they were flame devils whose strength was roughly equivalent to human martial scholars. However, having risen to the martial grandmaster level, or even stronger, they would virtually be unable to conceal their tracks, even if they wanted to. Even if high-level flame devil experts took the initiative to retract their auras, being able to conceal it from human martial practitioners with lower cultivation bases, it would be very hard for them to conceal it from human experts of the same cultivation level. All of them resembled the flames of the dark night, dazzling to the extreme. Now, however, a great number of flame devils had actually shaken off the martial saint in Qinglin and the sacred artifact, the extreme Yin crown, vanishing without a trace. This was something that had never happened before. What was especially alarming was that it was not just those two flame devil kings who had gone missing. A great number of other flame devils had also gone missing along with them. A layer of darkness surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's gaze. Pushing open the door to his secluded cultivation room, Yin Zhaoge saw that the entire Jade Sea city was currently in a state of unrest. The middle and lower level martial practitioners did not know that the city lord Song Wuyang was in secluded cultivation, much less the ordinary citizens of the outer city. However, the higher echelon experts of Jade Sea City all knew that Jade Sea City was currently in a rather weaker state, similar to how Broadcreed Mountain had been when Yuan Zhengfeng had been in secluded cultivation in his attempt to break through into the martial saint realm. The strange changes in the battle situation on the East Sea drew the attention of the higher echelons of Jade Sea City. In order to avoid unnecessary panic, while it was not announced to the entire world, Jade Sea City also began to move. East Dragon Island began to be on high alert. Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation also prepared to be upgraded to the next level, fully on guard. Yin Zhaoge's figure rose into the air. Gazing into the distance, he saw roiling tides surging over from the surrounding horizon. Infinite seawater, massive waves that surged to the heavens surged over from all directions. East Dragon Island, that resembled a small continent, seemed to be sinking at this moment, completely submerged by the surrounding Great Sea. A surging screen of water shot into the skies, obscuring the heavens and concealing the sun, instantly obscuring the entire sky. The massive East Dragon Island seemed about to become an underwater world at this moment. One after another, profound and complex massive spirit patterns lit up with a jade blue radiance, flickering amidst the great screen of seawater, forming a single chi as they transformed into a massive formation, enveloping East Dragon Island with Jade Sea City as its core. Ahu sighed in admiration. This is Jade Sea City's Guardian Grand Formation. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation? It truly takes one's breath away. Before his words had landed, Ahu stared wide-eyed, his eyeballs seemingly about to pop out of their sockets. Yin Zhaoge stared unblinkingly at the grand formation overhead. There, a fiery red light suddenly surged madly, landing on the water screen grand formation. While separated by seawater, infinite, endless flames blazed and exploded rampantly, seemingly wanting to set the seawater ablaze as well. The violent red light formed a brutal, terrifying fiery red scar on the water screen above Jade Sea City, extending from one end of the sky to the other, shocking to the eye, resembling a tragic scar. What caused one's heart to palpitate was the fact that another violent streak of blazing fire very quickly descended, intersecting with the previous scar, resembling a cross. As the fiery red cross imprinted itself on the water screen grand formation, a great amount of the spirit patterns shattered almost immediately. The Jade Sea above everyone's heads seemed about to be forcibly ripped apart. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's pupils dilated slightly. It's here, Chapter 369. Jade Sea City had reacted very quickly, immediately activating the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation after receiving the news that the Flame Devils had vanished, circulating at full force. However, facing the combined attacks of two Flame Devil Kings at this moment, the situation immediately became precarious. Flame Devil Kings were equivalent to human martial saints in terms of strength. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was powerful, the one currently controlling it was not the City Lord Song Wulyan. Facing the combined attacks of two martial saint experts, the pressure on it was immense to the extreme. The terrifying sea of flames pressured down on the Jade Sea, wanting to shatter the Grand Formation with the momentum of a thunderbolt. Within Jade Sea City, the one currently controlling the Grand Formation was a Grand Elder of the Transcending Mortality Martial Grandmaster realm. Fighting with his full strength, he barely managed to keep the Grand Formation from breaking. If the enemy was just a single Flame Devil King, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation wielded by this Grand Elder would be sufficient to block it. However, with two Flame Devil Kings attacking together, his strength would be insufficient. There were also 4 other Jade Sea City Martial Grandmaster experts who were stationed in 4 different directions, assisting him together. However, that Grand Elder's face had already turned pale before gradually turning an unhealthy flush of red. The corners of his eyes, his mouth, and his nose were even beginning to bleed. Currently, on the surface of the East Sea, East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City had already completely sunk beneath the sea's surface, no trace of them remaining. However, above the sea's surface, the clear skies of 10,000 li could no longer be seen, no sea winds howling. The surrounding heavens and earth seemed to have completely transformed into a world of flames. The sky crimson as the sea of clouds transformed into a sea of flames, infinite flames rampaging amidst the air. Tens of thousands of fiery meteors descended from the sky, resembling the end of the world as they smashed towards the sea's surface together. The massive jade blue spirit patterns on the sea's surface circulated unceasingly, dispelling the terrifying destructive power brought about by the blazing meteors. A great amount of seawater evaporated, the sea's surface seemingly boiling. Beneath the sea's surface, within Jade Sea City enveloped by the Grand Formation, Yin Zhaoge raised his head and saw that accompanied by the unceasing shattering of the spirit patterns, numerous cracks were beginning to appear on the Jade Sea above his head. Occasionally, flowing fire would break through these cracks, descending from the sky towards the city he was in. The other martial experts of Jade Sea City all struggled to resist these scattered falling meteors, preventing them from damaging their clan. Ahu had a bitter expression as he looked in the direction of the inner city. City Lord Song is still not out of seclusion. Yin Zhaoge shook his head rather helplessly. From the looks of it, City Lord Song has also reached a critical juncture. Under such circumstances, is no different from death seclusion. Whether he is seeking a breakthrough in his own cultivation or attempting to forge a sacred artifact, he is currently unable to split his attention. Sucking in a deep breath, Yin Zhaoge calmed his emotions, bringing Ahu along as he hurried in the direction of the inner city. This tribulation of Jade Sea City is truly unavoidable. As they walked, Yin Zhaoge said, if City Lord Song is not in secluded cultivation, normally speaking, he would probably have already rushed to the outer East Sea, to the passageway connecting to the Flame Devil world. The enemy suddenly disappeared, before launching a sneak attack in the dark. Caught unprepared, Jade Sea City would still have to suffer this great tribulation. Yin Zhaoge sighed. City Lord Song is still here now, but the timing is too awkward. He might as well not be here. Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. If it was outside, even if Jade Sea City was destroyed, as long as he, the martial saint, was still present, Jade Sea City might still be able to rise again one day. However, this time, it is possible that the Flame Devils will be able to scoop them up in one fell swoop. However, the Flame Devils are really too much. Pavilion Lord and appeared on the East Sea, but was shaken off by them, while City Lord Song has yet to appear. Why did the Flame Devils not go to Turbid Wave Pavilion, instead coming to Jade Sea City? On the surface, it clearly looks like Turbid Wave Pavilion's defenses are weaker, making it easier for them to attack. Could it be that the Flame Devils know that City Lord Song is currently in death seclusion? Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples. Even the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall might not be able to confirm that City Lord Song will not be able to leave seclusion at this time, much less the Flame Devils. There are two possibilities. Firstly, the Flame Devil's concealment technique has some limitations, either in terms of time or distance, being insufficient for them to consecutively pass through the East and South Seas, killing all the way to the headquarters of Turbid Wave Pavilion in the Inland Lake Domain. They can only launch a sneak attack on Jade Sea City. Secondly, here at Jade Sea City, there is something that the Flame Devils want. Looking at the majestic Great Hall before him, Yin Zhaoge frowned. What exactly did Jade Sea City prepare to forge their sacred artifact? Ahu's face was bitter. Young master, what do we do? Nothing. Yin Zhaoge said casually, walking towards the Great Hall. Then he just happened to see people walking out of the Great Hall, all of them being longtime elders of Jade Sea City. Other than them, there was also Song Chao. Song Chao's expression was grave. Junior brother Yin, I'm sorry, having implicated you and our clan in this tribulation together. Yin Zhaoge shook his head. This was an unexpected, sudden situation. No one could have predicted it. After exchanging greetings with the higher echelon bigwigs of Jade Sea City, Yin Zhaoge didn't bother with pleasantries as he asked, City Lord Song is unable to leave seclusion? Song Chao had a difficult look on his face. At this moment, the jade-blue Great Sea above Jade Sea City appeared increasingly weaker as even more fiery meteors pierced through the Grand Formation, smashing towards where Yin Zhaoge and the others stood. A Jade Sea City elder let out a muffled groan. Waving his sleeve as a surging tide appeared out of nowhere, countless spirit talismans transforming into a spirit formation before stacking up to form a heavenly altar, blocking in midair, blocking that violent, blazing fire. As the two sides collided, the fiery meteors shattered. The heavenly altar's spirit formation also shattered, the seawater boiling and evaporating, turning into a dense, white mist of water vapor. The expressions of the Jade Sea City bigwigs were all solemn. The situation grew more and more dangerous. In the Great Hall behind them, the 5 longtime elders of Jade Sea City were currently struggling to hold on. After confirming that Song Wuyong was currently in death seclusion, unable to leave seclusion in time, Yin Zhaoge couldn't help but let out a long breath. With the current situation, the pressure on your clan's Jade Sea limitless grand formation is too great, Yin Zhaoge said in a heavy tone. Forgive me for speaking recklessly, but after others learn of the situation here, even if they immediately rush over to reinforce us, they might not be able to make it in time, especially over at the Outer East Sea. Turbid Wave Pavilion's pavilion, Lord In, and the others still have to guard against other peak experts of the Flame Devils entering the 8 Extremities world afterwards. Currently, I'm afraid that we still have to save ourselves. Song Chao and the others did not speak, quietly awaiting Yin Zhaoge's next words. Even though many things were only known internally of Broadcrete Mountain, just the many glorious battle achievements that the outside world knew of had already long since shown that the abilities of this youth before them were definitely not something that his current cultivation base could measure up to. Yin Zhaoge looked towards that great hall. The best method is to buy time for City Lord Song. As long as City Lord Song leaves seclusion, the current crisis will naturally be resolved. Of the attacking Flame Devil experts now, there are 2 Flame Devil Kings. It would be best if all of them could be drawn away. If only one can be drawn away, the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation would also be able to hold on. A longtime elder of Jade Sea City side that would most likely only be able to draw away some Flame Devils of the Martial Grandmaster level. It would be very hard to draw away a Flame Devil King. Looking at Song Chao and the others, Yin Zhaoge pointed at his chest. Send me out of the encirclement. I will try to draw away a Flame Devil King from the outskirts. As his words left his mouth, everyone was stunned. To be continued. Chapter 370. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's suggestion, the Jade Sea City martial practitioners present were all dazed. Ahu also swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge in shock. If one of the two Flame Devil Kings attacking the city could be drawn away, the pressure on Jade Sea City would be greatly alleviated. While the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation was already damaged, facing the attacks of just a single Flame Devil King, it would at least be able to hold out for a rather long period of time. With this time, the reinforcements of experts from other places would also arrive. At that time, it would be that Flame Devil King worrying about whether or not he could escape unscathed. As for whether more experts of the Flame Devils would arrive, that was another matter altogether. Jade Sea City was not the only sacred ground of the Eight Extremities world. After having been bewitched once, and Qinglin and the others would naturally be on their guard. However, the problem was, how could they draw a Flame Devil King far away from East Dragon Island and Jade Sea City? The Flame Devils should also know that their time was limited. Since they had specifically come for Jade Sea City, why would they give up so easily? Also, even if they could draw away a Flame Devil King, how would they be able to restrict it for a period of time? Looking at Yin Zhaoga's righteous, solemn attitude, the corners of the mouths of some Jade Sea City martial practitioners twitched slightly. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like seeing that the situation was bad, wanting to flee, making use of Jade Sea City's help. After breaking out of the encirclement, they would only be pursued by Flame Devils of the Martial Grandmaster realm at most. If they focused on fleeing, moving stealthily far away, they might still have a chance to escape. Yin Zhaoga noticed such gazes, but did not care about them as he looked calmly at Song Chao, at the strongest expert amongst the higher echelon of Jade Sea City, a Grand Elder who had already reached the transcending mortality Martial Grandmaster realm. This Grand Elder was surnamed Yu, and was used to being called Elder Yu by others. He would definitely not retreat. If the other Grand Elder currently in charge of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation in the Great Hall could not hold on, Elder Yu would immediately replace him. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Elder Yu said, "Little friend, Yin being able to break out of the encirclement is also a good thing. As for drawing the attention of the Flame Devil King, it is still best to act according to your own abilities. You have not fought with a Flame Devil King before, but you should also know how terrifying martial saints are." Yin Zhaoga nodded. "I understand." Song Chao said in a heavy tone, "Your clan's junior apprentice sister Sikong is also in the city. Junior apprentice brother Yin, bring her along and leave." Yin Zhaoga shook his head. "Following me, it would instead be more dangerous." The crowd of Jade Sea City martial practitioners all trembled in unison as they looked at Yin Zhaoga. He really wants to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King. Dealing with it, time was of the essence. In the time it took to exchange a few words, the Azure Sea Limitless array above everyone's head was constantly being shaken. More and more cracks appeared on the water screen, and they were also becoming more and more obvious. The usually powerful Guardian array was now shaking in the wind and rain. As far as the eye could see, on the crack in the water curtain, two giant claws burning with raging flames appeared, one on the left and one on the right, pressing down on the water curtain and tearing it apart, trying to expand the crack. Huge balls of flames fell from the cracked water curtain. These weren't the fiery meteor-like existences, but powerful flame devils one after another, borrowing the cover of the Flame Devil King to charge in through the gaps of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. Numerous powerful flame devils that were equivalent to human martial grandmasters descended from the skies, directly descending towards Jade Sea City down below. Boss Yu roared, expanding his true martial avatar, towering between the heavens and the earth as he met the murderous flame devils. Junior apprentice brother Wang, send little friend Yin away, Elder Yu said decisively as he met the enemy. Since Elder Yu had made his decision on the spot, that Jade Sea City's external affairs first seed elder, Elder Wang, did not say a word as his true essence surged, immediately sweeping Yin Zhaoga's group along, shooting out of the city. Seeing Yin Zhaoga, Elder Wang, and the others leave, some longtime elders of Jade Sea City had worried looks on their faces. This Elder Yu struck out with a palm, smashing the body of a flame devil in a flowing fire. He is of Broad Creed Mountain, not like those bastards of the Sacred Sun clan who only know how to bully their own people. Taking 10,000 steps back, Even if he really escapes in order to protect himself, we can already be considered to have fulfilled Broad Creed Mountain's debt of helping us forge the Jade Sea Pillheart Sword. Brought along by Elder Wong to break out of the encirclement, Yin Zhaoge swiveled his head, seeing that everyone within Jade Sea City was currently panic-stricken. The Jade Sea City martial practitioners of the inner city were still calm, but those in the outer city who had yet to complete their evacuation were all panic-stricken, shocked cries ceaselessly resounding. While there were Jade Sea City experts blocking the descending, flowing fire within the sky, there were still some places that they were unable to take care of, being struck by the fiery meteors before transforming into a sea of flames. One flame devil expert after another descended, turning this place into an incomparably tragic battlefield. The Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation had already expended all of its strength in blocking those two flame devil kings, now having no more strength to protect the people within the city. The former water domain's sacred ground was currently facing a great tribulation that was not inferior to the battle of Broad Creed Mountain earlier. The crux was all in time. Yin Zhaoge sucked in a deep breath, being led by Jade Sea City's Elder Wong as they rushed out of the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation. After leaving the Grand Formation, within the depths of the sea, Elder Wong said, "You should go quickly. The seawater is not conducive for the flame devils to track you." Before his words had landed, a roar that resembled muffled thunder resounded from the surface of the sea. While the seawater could obstruct the senses of most flame devils, it was unable to disturb the flame devil kings. While the two flame devil kings did not split up, still continuing to attack the Jade Sea Limitless Grand Formation, under their instructions, there were already other flame devil experts who rushed into the sea, shooting towards Yin Zhaoge's group. At the front was a tall flame devil, resembling an ancient, mighty divinity, his entire body wreathed in flames. Wherever his figure passed, the seawater would evaporate completely, directly opening up a path for him to pass through. Behind him, there were also other flame devil experts of varying cultivation bases charging over. Elder Wong's expression did not change as he immediately went up, blocking the strongest flame devil expert before him. "Elder Wong, I'll have to trouble you." Yin Zhaoge knew that this was not the time for words. He immediately patted Ahu beside him, before turning and leaving Jade Sea City. Ahu shook his accompanying luggage, a panda that was not too big appearing. It was precisely Pan Pan after his figure had shrunk. Pan Pan tumbled within the seawater, his figure already rapidly returning to his original form, streams of black water surrounding his body, splitting the seawater apart as he carried Yin Zhaoge and Ahu, speeding away. Even if he wanted to draw the attention of the Flame Devil King, he would also have to stay as far away from Jade Sea City as possible. Given how powerful the cultivation of the Flame Devil King was, if the distance was too close, it would only be a matter of a few steps to him. It would not be able to buy him any time at all. Making use of the fact that more experts were entangling Elder Wong, the other Flame Devils made a long detour around them, next speedily chasing after Yin Zhaoge. The region of sea around East Dragon Island was now the domain of the Flame Demons. There were pursuers behind him and obstructions in front of him. Numerous fiery meteors descended from the sky, landing within the Great Sea, manifesting the savage forms of numerous flame devils before shooting straight towards Yin Zhaoge. Pan Pan changed from his usual naive and charmingly naive appearance, displaying the violent savagery of a strange beast. His two front claws reached forward, grabbing the bodies of the two flame devils before forcefully slapping them towards the center, causing them to collide against each other and shatter into scattered flames. His face expressionless, Yin Zhaoge let out a low roar as he pushed forward with his palms. Violent Orochi kicked up wild waves in the Great Sea, instantly drowning the many flame devils. The group of people charged forward, crushing everything in their path. To be continued. Chapter 371. Having obtained the corpse of the ice dragon, not only did Yin Zhaoge and Ahu benefit from it, even Pan Pan benefited from it. having his fleshly body nourished by Yin Zhaoge's dragon blood and fed dragon scales. Pan Pan was similarly no longer the same as before, having undergone a complete transformation. That massive body was even more massive than before, the pressure and force of impact both stronger. Streams of black water coiled around Pan Pan's body, actually vaguely manifesting the form of a dragon, shocking those who saw it. Having originally been a king of beasts, the Pishio rampaged unhindered at this moment. A flame devil that resembled a small mountain blocked its path. Pan Pan lowered his head, slamming straight into it. Under the disbelieving gaze of that flame devil, his massive body was directly smashed apart by Pan Pan. Sitting on Pan Pan, Yin Zhaoge struck out with his left palm, slaying a flame devil. Jade light that resembled a dragon roared from within his right sleeve, sword light flickering as another flame devil was stabbed to death. Behind him, Ahu stood back to back with him, slashing out with his claws against a flame devil that had caught up to them, ripping it apart. As Yin Zhaoge's gaze swept over, he saw numerous flame devils of various shapes and sizes. Most of the flame devils were not in human form. Some resembled a rock, spreading its wings of flames, only having a single long leg below its abdomen, yet having the heads of ferocious beasts that resembled tigers and leopards. Some resembled small mountains, having no arms or legs, only having a massive torso, yet able to freely soar into the air. Some resembled long snakes, coiling as they danced about. There were also a few flame devils that resembled humans, possessing facial features and 4 limbs. However, whatever their appearances, all the flame devils shared a common characteristic, that was that the surface of their bodies was covered in flames, as though their entire bodies were composed of blazing fire. With so many flame devils all landing within the Great Sea at this moment, a great amount of seawater instantly evaporated, the entire sea surging. If not for the vastness and boundlessness of the East Sea, if it were an inland lake, its water would probably have already been completely evaporated, reduced to nothingness. Water could extinguish fire, but when the fire grew to a certain extent, even the Great Sea would have to avoid it. There were many flame devils, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. While the flame devils were equivalent to spirit vessel martial grandmasters of the human race, they were completely not Yin Zhaoge's match. While there were many enemies, Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he stood on Pan Pan's body, dealing with whatever came his way. The Teshidao palm in his left hand fought fire with fire, meeting force with force, subduing force with force. The violent Gang Qi almost condensed into a solid form, turning into a sinister scarlet-purple flame that directly caved in the chest of a humanoid flame devil. The jade dragon sword in his right hand transformed into a green sword light and flashed out of his sleeve, accurately piercing through the body of a snake-like flame demon. Another flame devil that resembled a great tree that towered to the heavens brandished its branches, streams of flames shooting over, resembling numerous tree vines as they swept towards Yin Zhaoge's body. Yin Zhaoge did not evade as he allowed those tongues of fire to entangle his body. While the golden talisman body had been completely depleted in the battle against Zheng Shuo and Lin Zhou, with his current attainments in the spirit rhino-demonic fist and the Vajra body, Yin Zhaoge's defensive power was already not inferior in the slightest. Without even needing to activate the lofty mountain armor, Yin Zhaoge was swept along by the blazing fire, completely unharmed. Following the pull of the other party, Yin Zhaoge advanced instead of retreating, speeding towards that ancient tree-like flame devil before chopping it apart with a single sword. An enemy made use of this chance to lunge over from behind, wanting to launch a sneak attack. Not even looking back, Yin Zhaoge turned and elbowed, shattering the head of that sneak attacker. Having done all this, Yin Zhaoge's figure descended, just happening to land on the rushing Pan Pan's back before they continued charging forward together. However, there were still Essence Spirit Martial Grandmaster level flame devils that madly attacked Yin Zhaoge, Ahu, and Pan Pan. Any one of them was not any weaker than the Crimson Spirit Flagmaster of the past, their innate firepower even more blazing hot. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was heavy, not panicking in the slightest as he raised his left hand, numerous golden ice crystals suddenly shooting towards those essence, spirit martial grandmaster level flame devils. It was precisely the devil-shattering ice talismans that Yin Zhaoge had specially forged. As the seemingly insignificant golden ice crystals landed on the bodies of those flame devils, they instantly exploded. Golden light flickered, dense icy fog suffusing the area. The seawater that had originally been boiling to the point of seeming about to combust instantly cooled. Close to where the devil-shattering ice talismans exploded, swept along by the icy fog, the seawater even began to freeze on the spot. One flame devil after another let out frenzied howls of shock and fury, that ferocious, violent aura of theirs having been completely extinguished. Yin Zhaoge stood on Pan Pan's back as Pan Pan shot forward madly, coming before a flame devil whose body was frozen stiff and whose movements were sluggish. That flame devil whose strength was comparable to that of human essence spirit martial grandmasters could only watch helplessly as Yin Zhaoge rushed past him, next chopping off his head with a single sword. Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his descent as he rode Pan Pan forward, a strong sense of danger suddenly surging up from behind him. Looking back, he saw an extremely powerful flame demon chasing after him. The human martial practitioners of the Eight Extremities world were used to calling those flame devils whose strength was similar to that of transcending mortality martial grandmasters and essence talisman martial grandmasters great flame devils. While the flame devil chasing behind Yin Zhaoge had yet to reach the level of a great flame devil, it was already extremely close. Glancing coldly at the other party, Yin Zhaoge suddenly kept the Jade Dragon sword in his right hand, replacing it with a bow that flickered with the purple light of thunder. High-grade spirit artifact, Heaven Shocker. Amidst the sound of muffled thunder, Yin Zhaoge drew back Heaven Shocker. While Yin Zhaoge could only wield a portion of the bow's power, its shocking aura still shocked 100 kilometers away. What was knocked on the bowstring was not an arrow, but a devil-shattering ice talisman. Yin Zhaoge aimed at the pursuing flame devil. Releasing his fingers, Heaven Shocker let out a frenzied howl that resembled explosive thunder. A streak of golden light enveloped by purple thunderbolts shooting out mightily. That flame devil wanted to evade, but it was already too late. It barely managed to avoid being hit in the vitals of its body, yet was struck by one of its claws. Thunderbolts and flames clashed madly, while the devil-shattering ice talisman displayed its effects once more, unceasingly whittling away at the power of the flame devil. That flame devil howled in shock and fury. Its claws directly exploded apart by the thunderbolts. Having obstructed the momentum of that powerful flame devil's pursuit, Yin Zhaoge swung the bow in his hand, smashing it towards the side, instantly killing another nearby flame devil. In order to avoid being surrounded by so many enemies, Yin Zhaoge, Ahu and Pan Pan did not linger as they madly rushed outwards, breaking out of the encirclement. It was not that the flame devils lacked intelligence and thought, but that they loved to battle, tyrannical and easily angered. With Yin Zhaoge's group of 3 charging all the way into the distance, the flame devils were all burning with rage as they chased after them. Ahu stared fixedly at the enemies, not even turning his head as he asked, "Young master, what do we do? Even if we can break out of the encirclement like this, I'm afraid that it still won't be enough to anger a flame devil king to give up on Jade Sea City to chase us." Yin Zhaoge said, "It's still too close now. Let's run a little further, then try my method."